Good morning, folks. Good morning, wherever you are. Good morning. So this morning we are here at the ground of the Capitol building, where Honorable Yeke Koluba, Honorable Yeke Yabawolo Koluba, parked his car right at the position of Speaker Kun, where the speaker normally park his car, is where Honorable Yeke Koluba park his official vehicle. So this is where you see the speaker car is being parked, and Honorable Yeke Koluba decided to put his car at this particular position. So this is what you see happening. 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 This is what you see happening. This is an attack on the journalists. This is an attack on the media. This is the security. This officer was the same person who stopped me. This officer was the same person who hit on me when we were bossing the office. This is the officer who is assigned with. He's assigned with. This officer is assigned with Honorable Richard Fu. You see, he damaged the journalist food. He damaged the journalist food. So they use it. So this is using the trail. To score, and by the time they want to enter in the car, so you see the damage on the Yeka Koluba car to enter followed by so this vehicle belongs to the Yeka Koluba, and it was ordered. It was an order that Honorable Richard Fu ordered that they should remove this car and put police force. So you see that you to open it. So you see that you see through. So you see them, you see through it on the So you see the police. You see the police trapping us, using force on us. So you see the police hitting on us, using force. Honorable Yeka Koluba car was forcefully entering impact security officers on instruction by Honorable Richard Nabeku. So you see them hating on journalists, damaging journalists' phones and other things. So you see it. So you see it. This is where you are. This is the kind of situation that we are currently experiencing at the Capitol building. This is the kind of situation we are currently experiencing at the Capitol building. This is what we are experiencing right now at the Capitol building. The vehicle, this vehicle belongs to Honorable Yeke Yabawolo Koluba. You see, officer used drill to forcefully open it. They used drill to forcefully open it, and they enter in it. They enter in it. I don't know whether this is legal by law. I don't know whether this is legal by law by officers or I don't know. So I don't know whether this is legal by law. I don't know whether this is legal by law, but the vehicle, the opening of this vehicle was given on the instruction of by Honorable Richard Nabeku. You see him over there. Even the security officers use force on journalists. Use of force on journalists damaged one of our police phones from Banat FM. So that's the presence of Honorable Richard Nabuku. That's the presence. So you see it.
And this is what happened here.
The lack.
And this
is the kind of portrait we are currently experiencing. So this is what we are currently experiencing. So this is what we are experiencing here. So this is what we are experiencing here. This is the closing argument. Wherever you are, the official vehicle belonging to Honorable Yeka Koloba was forcefully entered in on the instruction of Honorable Richard Nabuku, Speaker of the Majority Bloc, and his security officers. This security officer with a shades on his face. This is not the first time using force on the media. He even used force on me when he was harassing the office of the speaker. Today he used another force on one of our colleagues who happened to be for Banner FM. He used force, damaged his phone, and this officer having to be assigned with Honorable Richard Nabuku. So back to the scene. Let's see what happened. Let's see. Honorable Yeka Koloba now is nowhere to be fired in the building, but his vehicle was forcefully entered in. His vehicle was forcefully entered in.
Up to present, they're trying to move it.
I'm breaking it into the car.
So this is it. So this is what you see happening right now. This is what you see happening right now.
That distraction. That distraction. Don't use for that man. That distraction.
This is. So I think they want to use tow truck to take this car from here. They want to use tow truck. They want to. So Speaker of the Majority Bloc gave order that they should use tow truck to take this particular vehicle from here. So let's see what's happening. The name is Samson Mosure, and we are live here for Capitol Building. So the Majority Bloc Speaker, Honorable Richard Nabuku, ordered that they should bring tow truck. So this security officer was the one who used force on journalists, damaged the journalist's phone. He did it again when he was doing the burger ride in the office of the speaker. He damaged my phone previously, and he did it again today to one of our colleagues for Banner FM.
After causing some trouble, he's packaging
So he's leaving the ground of the Capitol building after instructing his cars to damage the car belonging to Honorable Yeka.
is being held at the executive pavilion.
So you see he leaving the ground of the Capitol building. Majority Bloc Speaker now is leaving the ground of the Capitol building after instructing his cars to damage the vehicle belonging to Honorable Yeka Koloba. So today's session is not expected to be here yet. They are having their session at the pavilion, but he came here and instructed his cars to forcefully enter the vehicle belonging to Honorable Yeka Koloba. So still here at the ground of the Capitol building. We are here to see Honorable Yeka Koloba. We are here to see Honorable Yeka Koloba.
Rustin, one of my colleagues, Wisdom Bloody of Banner FM.
Wisdom Bloody phone was just damaged by the security officer, one of the security officers behind Honorable Richard Nabuku. So let's see how this scene gonna happen. But you see the vehicle, including the windshield, everything was forcefully brought down. This is the lock. This is the lock.
Where I would
So let's see, we see Honorable
observe as a leader, and just let it be, and just when and just use this other trend. Okay, man. So I don't know. Well, let's see what you want to do. So, welcome, yeah, welcome to the show. So, again, it's posting argument here on Twitter. For those of you just joining us, we are online. You can share the program. Please share the show, share the program, please. For those of you monitoring, follow us by Facebook. Please share the program. Argument. You know, Magni, 18 days in February, though. Happy birthday to somebody celebrating birthday today. Either one for some of us who celebrate our birthday the weekend. And a lot of great people are celebrating their birthday this month. So I do it as pre-birthday shout and a belated one. So on to what was dressing you up. What we saw today at the Capitol building. What we saw is a certain lawmaker, and it seems happening every part of the world. We have videos. What happened in Kenya? What's happening in Ghana? What happened in other countries? We see lawmakers going and look ahead. We don't see them reaching out. We don't see people going at that type of, that type of trend in which you go, that type of destiny go as far as busting into someone guy only because of sport. We don't know about Representative Torgbean talking for the past years, even during the time of the former President George Weah time. At that time was a buffer chamber there. We don't know. He went as far as setting the buffer. He went as far as where the class park. Are you guys telling us that the leadership that are bringing our young people were tested for? It's not what you're going to be saying to them on the Bakun, because that leadership, I think it was more perfect. They don't want that the black people are currently experiencing for you to give instruction to a new men. The guys who opening their car, they're not police officers. The police officer are the one that they're to enforce. Well, let's look at the guys who open that car. Who police officers or new men, you disrespect your own colleague. You are elected by your people, by the people of this country. You want the full power to go to the house before your colleague elected you as a speaker. That's the position. Everybody will give for that seat authority. Everyone to that place elected your own. You guys are all elected representatives. You have to go to that place. But because of misunderstanding among you people, so for that reason, you have to degrade and try to bring a very big embarrassment to this country. Because that's a very big embarrassment. A very big embarrassment. To rely on you men, box into your fellow police guy, and because of power, you people ask, but why must you go and back to the speaker's place and other stuff? Now the people should be asking that about causing a riot. People should be getting us way back to things that we are already passed by. We passed by that discussion one time because it was given in a recent time. Some people openly said to us, one of the chief justice came up clear. He said the reason why they never show up doing the president's State of the Nation address, it was clear. So meaning there is no legal speaker to that place. We're not at that place that people fighting for power. So we leave it open. So that particular state is not restricted to anyone for now. So you can't go and back there. Or lawmaker can go to that space and fight. Because true is clear that you are not elected. It is clear. You are not. So no one should say, well, I'm going to go and fight the speaker position. So Kofi, who is the elected one, the legitimate speaker should be the one that was okay. The legislative party. Some people said they just clearly recently one of the things just came and said this is what I'm not sure at the president's State of the Nation address. It was said to us the reason because you put to us and we told you go back and clear among yourself and settle your problem. The both of you, the two parties, you're asking why was carrying on, you guys were wrong. So you see it? It was clearly said it one time. Very clear. You went to that place and you put your left hand up as a speaker. You took up as a your left hand. What's going on? It's a curse to the country. About love my people. Since that man took that thing, before he left him off to take off on the book, I have been happy with that capital B. Since he put that left on, I feel like he know what you kind of in the process, he know what you wait. So a lot of things are happening at the capital B. It will be caused by him. Why must you give on new medication? They can say, no, we all know how they can engage issues. But for what we saw the time, I think he going by the way for because anything that he goes to the court, on the court, he goes to court to take the matter to the court. Chief Tomalin Judge, yeah, joining us on the show. As I said, we are always here warming up. So, yeah. And thanks to the team back home here. Our technician back home, Johnson, Myean, who streamed the program through Bollywood of Facebook, closing argument, and also my teammate, Heron, and also don't forget, I say Heron will be graduating on the weekend, La Cosette, education in La Cosette College, and where he will be graduating a degree in primary education. So we get a good weekend, man. Closing argument, we get a good weekend. This weekend, we get a super weekend. Welcome, team. Welcome. You guys are welcome to the program. You guys are welcome. That being on the chief. Yes. You're welcome.
It's good to have Henry. Congratulations in advance. I'm so proud of you that at least you have achievements academic stardom. That's good. Good for you. Is encouraging, and I pray that you don't stop there. You continue to pray to go forward, and let the sky be your limit. And so, thanks again, guys. Good to be back on the closing argument. Today is February 18th, 2025, and one thing I'm happy for today is that one thing that got a news this morning from our IT, somebody from the IT era, and I want to say it is all of us should share this joy. Yes. Just imagine, guys, Facebook telling us that we have 1,583,025 views on our
wow.
Yes, and we are getting there. We are getting there. That's good news, That's good news. That's good news, and
yeah,
we are being watched across the globe by Liberians across the globe watching us, and that's encouraging. And I tell you, it will continue to improve as we work on a lot of stuff behind the scene. We'll continue to improve. Our goal is to reach at least hitting 10 million people by the end of this year. I'm sure we can make it. We'll get there. But I want to say thanks to you guys too for holding the turf. Keep it going. It's not an easy thing to host this show every day. You leave your job, your family time, every time just to come here. It's not easy. Sometimes you're traveling. It's nice. It's a tough thing to do, and then with the challenges we have to keep it going, it's not easy. It's the resources and everything. So we want to say we appreciate all you guys. We appreciate True FM, CEO Liberia, Oni Rabos, all you guys, especially the big boss, Chairman Bealded, everybody who's involved. We appreciate you guys so much, and that's why we continue to work together for the greater good of our country, Liberia. I know today, we have two guests for the next 90 minutes. Later on, when they leave, we'll go back to discuss the politics of the day. But what happened today at the Capitol building, it was embarrassing. It was sad. It's very disturbing. And that video is trending all around the world. People are all seeing it now. A man who is claimed to be speaker, he will sit down and order police officers to go and destroy the vehicles of his fellow lawmaker. I don't know whether he understands that when you are a member of the House of Representatives, you are all equals. The only thing about it, when I say somebody is a speaker, that means you are first among equals. But he's not even first among equals because the Supreme Court have ruled that he's not a speaker. He's not the speaker of the House. So he just impersonating. But again, it comes back to Yombli Kanga and President Boyka, they have the obligation to help this thing come to an end. Yombli needs to stop recognizing Kun as speaker and start working along with him. Same with President Boyka. He needs to stop it because they are causing the problem in the country. Until they can stop it, continue to be in this kind of crisis. The Supreme Court is the highest court in the land, and they have rendered an opinion. The Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, Yamin Gwese, last week said that whatever position that led to Kun impersonating as speaker, he said it was ultra-virus. It was illegal. And that's why they did not recognize him by attending the SONA. Even the former president, Salif, she didn't recognize him either at the Armed Forces Day program last week, as well as the Sierra Leonean president, who was a guest speaker, President Bio. He didn't even recognize him. He didn't even address him. So he's impersonating as speaker. And the majority and the rule of caucus made it clear that based on the Supreme Court interpretation of that opinion, they have gone back to their own session and they'll be doing it. I know they don't have the quorum. They will continue to adjourn until they have a quorum. So the best way to solve this impasse, President Boyka should stop recognizing Rachel Kun as speaker, Yombli Kanga as pro tem of the Senate, and her colleagues. Not only her one, all the other senators should come to say, look, we will not recognize this guy as speaker anymore until they can resolve it. Simple thing. Go and have election. And election is over, yeah, then you're okay. When election is over, you're okay. But until that happens, you won't be recognized. But tonight we have hey, Abu, you're lawyer. Abu, mute yourself. Okay. Yeah. Tonight we have the mayor of Helena, Montana in the USA, Mayor Wilmot Collins. Mr. Collins is Liberian native, but he came to the US. He joined the US military, and he was elected by the people of Montana, I think twice. It's his second term in office, a Liberian born. He's made history. I think he's the first Liberian I can remember that have been elected as mayor. And in America, when they say a mayor, it's not a small thing though. Nothing doing like bro. A mayor that's a big thing. The mayor appoints the police chief. The mayor controls a budget. I think the budget almost like our country budget. You man, the mayor, that small thing in America. When they say you're a mayor, that's why you could elect a mayor. The governor has no control of the mayor, not even the president. The mayor works for the people of the city that he or she leads. That's why the mayor in America, the mayor. Last we had the mayor of Trenton here, Mayor Gasira from Trenton, and he promised to give us a fire truck. You think he asked about it? Only the council, the city council. He talked to them, and the police director. Now they're giving truck to Liberia and also some police cruisers. You see, the mayor is very powerful in America. So don't look when it says a mayor. That person controls their own budget, their own government, city government. So it's not easy people you play with. So it's a pleasure to have a Liberian born and someone who also have worn the uniform of this country. Yes, to be in that position today. It's a proud. All Liberians should be proud of him, and to always recognize that fact. And also we have our own roving ambassador himself. I call him the man, Bealded D. Russell, is here with us tonight. The man that makes these things happen. He's a man working behind the scene. And sometimes I just pray and wish that Liberia was a country that will not make believe, in a sense that we shouldn't take politics for job of mayor. You see, that's why we're having the conversation today, because mayor election should not be appointed. Shouldn't be a mayor position should be appointed by the president. Should be elected, so that when that happens, you are accountable to the people, and you have a lot of leverage to do things. I think Winfrey can tell us back the last election that caused problem like the election for Amos Sawyer and what the guy I think was Carter, right? Or Horton. Winfrey was Horton. Yeah, was Abu. I know you were born that time, but I think I was 79. I think you're not born. But Abu, election there.
Not born. I seen it there as well.
No, but I don't remind you of history now. But you know what that election happened. That election was a big election in Liberia. The the True Party was supporting, the ruling party was supporting, I think, Chuchu Horton, and the rest of the population was supporting Sawyer. And that election came to an end because of concentration in the country. That May election was powerful back in the days. Hopefully, we can do it again in Liberia so that we can make it more competitive. So, I want to welcome Major Collins. Major Collins, welcome to the closing argument. It's good to have you. It's a pleasure to have you. And first, let me say, perhaps how you doing, how the family doing, and how also our mother, Mother James Etta Collins, Oma from back in the days, how's she doing too? How your family?
Small brother, my Firestone brother. I see you bearded, growing great jelly my own now, and you're supposed to be my Peking.
I know, right?
But, yeah, I just want to thank you all for having me today. And yes, my mother is doing very well. Our mother is doing very well. She will be 94 this year.
Wow.
And she's still going strong. Wow. So, yes, I appreciate you asking for her.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for coming. Winfred, welcome. Abu, welcome. I'll let you guys give your opening and then we can get the program started.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Abu, you can go ahead because I'm still having a deep conversation here, trying to get some information. Tomalin already gave me instruction to get some some information. So that's the information that I'm getting.
All right. Thank you. Greetings to Mayor Waymont J. Collins. By intro, I'm Abu Escamarat, a Liberian, a supporter of the current government. As always, man, it is a pleasure to have one of our own on this platform to communicate back home to our people regarding issues that affecting them directly and indirectly, because whatever happens in the U.S. to happen to one of us, obviously we will be affected. So it is an honor to be on a platform where you and look forward to a very fascinating conversation.
Thank you. Bealded.
The man muted.
He's muted. He's muted.
You.
Yeah. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud.
Yeah, it's okay now. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Once again, I'd like to say thanks and welcome to you all. Mayor Wilma Collins, I'd like to say welcome to you, the closing argument, and all of our folks out there. Please share the show. We're going to be having a fascinating conversation today, talking about the importance of local elections. And then I know there's some other big news that happened today. We'll be talking about that. I got some information for you, Tomalin. So that's not, yeah. So I got some information for you. So we are waiting Dr. Yakasa Wei. I think he's supposed to be joining us shortly. And then we will have, what I think will be a fascinating conversation.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll just go in the program quickly since we are pressed against time. We are live on the radio in Liberia on True FM radio station, and other local stations are carrying on live. We're also on YouTube and on Facebook. So we are all over. So people are watching and listening to us. Okay. So Mr. Collins, first of all, let me say again, the pleasure to have you. And tell us what's happening in Helena, Montana for at least just a few minutes about your current position, and then we can move on.
I always tell people, man, the amount of snow that coming down, I hope it won't eat up all my snow budget. But it's freezing cold here today. But we continue to do our daily duties. We continue to plow the streets. We continue to provide water, heat, everything to the people of Helena, Montana. So we're just doing what the people they've elected us to do, take care of the city and be their representation. And that's what we've continued to do.
Great. So why do you think it's important for us to have elections for mayor and local leaders? Why do you think it's important?
You know, I'll be honest with you, Tomalin. I am a strong proponent of municipal elections. And part of the reason, some of the reasons are simple. Representation, accountability. Now, tell me something. If I am appointed by the president, who do I owe allegiance to? I owe allegiance to the president. He's the only one that can fire me. However, if I'm elected by the people, I owe it to the people of that particular entity, the particular city or whatever. So accountability will, you owe it to the people and not to the one leader. You are able to break things down. All right. The people of your city can talk to you, and you can be able to talk to how will the people of the city talk to the federal leaders or the president or whoever? They can't just go there. They need representation, but they also need those people who will be able to see that diverse idea, that diverse. So if I elect you, I have invested interest in you. If I elect you, I know you are the one that will represent us. So if the president selects you, I prefer election over selection. Because if the president selects you, you only owe it to the president. Whatever the president tells you to do, that's what you do. So the people of that city are not participants of the political process. And in order to be a part of that process, you must be able to elect your leaders. So it's very important. You're looking at accountability, you're looking at representation, you're looking at civic engagement, you're looking at, all these things can come together when the leaders are elected rather than selected.
Okay, another question. One of the problems people have is, especially that brought the issue of come to Liberia, right, was because of financial issues, the money. They said having elections were very costly, and also too, when you elect a mayor, that means you have to raise your own revenue as a city government, as a city, and it was challenges that were posed. That how will a city in let's say the city where my father came from, in Rivers, Cestus, how can a city that Cestus raise their own revenue?
You see, people missing the point here too, and I hear you, Chief. The thing here is that we hear that the government gives money to the superintendents to do development, right?
Yeah.
The same thing. Revenue comes into the country. Revenue comes into the government. The government. I'm not saying, because here we get our revenue from taxes, from businesses, from homeowners. All of that's how we get our revenue, from the feds, from the state government, from the county government. We get revenues through that process. In Liberia, it's a little different. Revenue comes from the government. Everything comes from the government. But having an elected official will bring that bridge, will build that bridge between the people of whichever city to the government. And so why should the superintendent be entrusted with the funding to develop a city versus the mayor, who is the representative of the people? So I believe that, you see, Liberia is so formed differently, but the superintendent of whichever county should not be the person developing the cities of those counties. The people should be doing it. The representative of the people should be doing that.
Okay. Well, Abu, ask the two questions and then move to.
Yeah. Thank you. And trust me, like I said, I already started admiring your expose. As a student of public, somebody who did local government, where I has vast knowledge, I want to start with you. When you have an independent local leadership where they owe it to the people they serve, I think they take that job seriously. They become passionate about it, and they don't owe an allegiance to a political party. I'm not going to start with our government, nor the previous government, or the previous governments. If you read Local Government Act, it will tell you that mayors, superintendents, local chiefs should be elected because the people who they preside over their affairs, these are the direct people who should be benefiting from our stewardship. But in the case of ours, the president, all of the local leadership, starting with the president, who is the direct representative of the president to the people they serve. So in the case of Liberia, for an example, you have the city mayor who is appointed by the president. They got city council that have the responsibility regarding in whatever steps or strides that city mayor wants to endeavor into, right? So for an example, the current city of Monrovia. And I want to applaud the current city mayor though. He's doing a tremendous work, even though he continues with budgetary support. But given what we are seeing, I think more needs to be done. And that is, for an example, you having to be mayor, I don't know the states, but you having to be mayor in the US, and we have mayor here. So because of the role you have played, and I think that bilateral relationship building can even help that man to ease his work. He will not be doing his work, with the fear that you are going to execute maybe breakdown structure that is, that is hazardous to the environment. And one politician just calls it, oh, my man, you break somebody's horse down, on my horse or on my empty horse. That person's job, obviously, will be jeopardized. So I think, like he started, I'm actually thrilled to be on the platform, and I'm going to learn more from you because as a student problem administration, somebody who did local government, and that's my era. I'm actually amazed by what you said. I think we should look into that direction. By doing that, all the local leadership, like what happened this morning, Clarence was on a show. I just want to take 30 seconds. I don't have answer. I don't have questions because all of what you just said, I think that's how it should be done. This morning, Clarence Jackson, OKFM. It was interesting to know that Asilo Meta gave money to all the counties as a corporate social responsibility because they're operating low counties. The local leadership of Bon County, noting that CV Doma does not have amulets. What did they do? They went to bought cars instead of buying amulets. They bought cover. Then amulets that could save lives of that, even of our loved ones. They went to bought cars. When the question was asked one of the local leaders, he said, "Oh, but we'll not get car and somebody like which one is better?" So I want to start with you. I think we should, and that can be done on the legislature. Glad that Tomalin got most of his friends.
And may I just ask here, Chief? Who will those people, who will the constituents complain to for that incident that you just listed? Instead of buying an ambulance, they bought cars for themselves, and the constituents are not happy about it.
You got to
they did not vote the person.
The lawmakers should push central government or should allocate funding in the budget to purchase an ambulance. Because the money, the mental money is intended this way, right? That's how it's being contributed. That's how it's being distributed. They gave the money to the county, and then the county leaders should convene a meeting seeking an opinion from the people they serve as to what they want. That's how it's been done in Liberia. When Asilo Menda gave the money as a corporate social responsibility, and then the local leadership convened a meeting among the constituents seeking an opinion from them as to which practice they want to take to develop the county. So today I listening to Clarence when you were placing calls to a correspondence across these counties that are there listed. And it was quite unfortunate. The local official said, "Oh, I mean, we need a car. We gotta go to where we walk in my land. So now we'll wrap back." So car and ambulance, which one you prefer? Yeah. No, but trust me, man, I'm actually happy to be on the platform.
Okay, let's welcome Dr. Yakasa Wei. It's a pleasure to have you in the closing argument. Welcome, Dr. Wei.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, yeah, from Winfred. Let's hear from you.
So, what Mayor Collins just said, and it's as clear as day, but it's unfortunate that many of our national leaders have not been practicing this, and I don't know what is so difficult. So, back to what you had said earlier, Tomalin, I think it's an excuse. I think they're using this money and lack of resources as an excuse. It doesn't cost that much to run and host local elections. I think we're starting from, at least from our time, because I was not around during the Taylor administration, and I heard that Torgbean administration, but there were some issues around mayoral election. But I did hear that we have had a history of electing mayors of city, and it is constitutionally required. Mayors, city council members, and paramount chiefs. I mean, all of these local leaders. It is constitutionally required that they be elected. And so, but sadly, many of our politicians have found it, politically expedient to just appoint, their cronies or their stooges in some of these positions. And as Mayor Collins said, they're not being held accountable. So all they look up to is the person who appointed them. But when you see, like, I was a city council member, Dr. Yakasa, who is on here too, is a former city council member. This is very pivotal in shaping national leadership or state leadership. So you learn from this process, and then you take it, take it to the next level, and you see what's happening. I mean, not to disparage anyone or what's going on, but we see what's going on, in our country with our national legislature, with our Congress there. I mean, it's all chaotic. Many of these folks have had no leadership training prior to being elected as representative or as senator. And my argument is that having local elections would serve as a foundational platform to have these folks, educated, learn the process of governance, the process of pushing ordinances through, because ordinances are like bills that you pass in the House, yep. And then you learn all of these processes. So when you get there, you find it a little, a little easier. So local election, city council election, if you see here in the U.S., many of the folks who, participate in local elections, they end up going on to national leadership or state leadership or becoming governor or something like that. So this is where it starts. This is like an incubation point.
I want to welcome Anthony Gay. Anthony, you can ask your question.
Well, I don't have a question. I have so much respect for Mayor Collins and Councilman Russell and Dr. Yakana. But yes, what I have to say to this regard. Many of the time we come on the show and we discuss national issues. Part of the Liberia's problem is they discourage competition. They don't want competition in the country. They don't want people to compete at the highest level. They don't want people to exert themselves in position that will be merit-based. It is intentional by the way they are operating, just so they can control. They want too much control. They want to exert power, and they are delivering nothing, right? May so rest in peace. The late Emma Sawyer ran for the city of the city mayor of Monrovia before. So it is stipulated in the Constitution that we should, elect our city council member and also superintendents. Right. I always said if Liberia was following that rule, I would debut my political career by being a city mayor first. If you can recall, Raul Menu, former chief of staff of Obama, resigned his position to run for the city of Chicago, to be a mayor of Chicago, and he won that election. The city mayor of a city, and Mayor Collins can correct me here, it is a chief executive officer. I mean, that is a huge responsibility. In Liberia, city mayor job, they just reduce it to collecting garbage. And Mayor Collins can correct me here if I'm wrong. That is the minute portion of your duty as a city mayor, collecting garbage. But in Liberia, it's the big deal. Oh, you see the city clean. Do you know what a city mayor does for a city? Like place of Monrovia, job creation, bringing businesses to the city of Monrovia, our coastal line, making people to construct homes across the coastal line, along the coastal line, beaches, right? We're not using the city for the rightful purpose. What? Collecting garbage is that an accomplishment for the city? A city that inhabits over 1 million people? We gotta do better here. We got to encourage the competition in the workplace so that our nation can move forward. So yes, I follow Mayor Collins very closely, and he has been doing a phenomenal job. And all of Liberian citizens who have been elected to elected position in this country, I commend them, because it's not an easy task to come in a foreign land and put yourself in a particular category to be vetted through the process, through the recurrent process and whatnot. And Mayor Collins, I want to encourage you. The same thing you try, you gotta try again, sir. I know it's not an easy thing, but you gotta try again, because this is our second home now. And so yeah, I really acknowledge you guys here, that are doing what you're doing. But Liberia ought to do better. We need our local officials to take, responsibility. They yes man thing, singing praises to politicians need to get, we need to walk away from that thing. It's not helping us. It never helped us then. It's not helping us now. Will not help us in the future. We need to encourage the competition in the job place, and that's the reason why Madam Sally, when she appointed Mary Brewer, she got rejected for confirmation, so she just appointed her as a mayor. But that was not the original job for Mary Brewer. That was a different job that they get. They ended up giving her that job.
So was it like a recess appointment then? Was it?
Well, it was something like that. But then it ended up coming to the point where they decided to.
It was supposed to be confirmed, and the confirmation didn't go through, so she ended up just appointing her there. Now, President Weah also came into office to did the same thing, started appointing a mayor.
She was acting. She acted.
Yeah, she did that acting thing.
But let me clarify. It came to during my study administration. It came to the point where now I think it went to the legislature that they decided not to have elections for mayor again. That's how come we ended the president being appointing.
No, I don't think so, Tomalin. Didn't Madam Sally didn't she originally come up with this claim that she didn't have the money, and so they went to Johnny Lewis
she asked
to the Supreme Court, and that's so the Supreme Court said that the Johnny Lewis's Supreme Court said that the provision in the Constitution that calls for the election, his interpretation or that court or the Supreme Court's interpretation of it is that they can also have election and also appoint. It's the president prerogative to appoint. So since then, everybody has been jumping on that bandwagon to do that.
Yeah, because the Constitution itself kind of have a gray area there. It's kind of ambiguous. It's not too clear as to whether or not the superintendent should be elected or appointed. You cannot leave that at the discretion of the president. If that is the case, the president wants to appoint everybody in the country. Right. He doesn't want no opposition. So the president goes as far as appointing the client chief in those villages, and appoint the superintendent who's supposed to be quote unquote the governor of the county, right? So you find the president have too much power. You can't put too much power in one man's hand, right? So and that's what we're doing in Liberia. We need to take that away. The mayor, the superintendent, the client chief, those people are to be elected. We can't be appointing them. The president appointing all government ministers and autonomous directors and assistant directors. How can you then be appointing mayors and superintendent? What sense does it make?
Well, that's why we have the guests tonight to help us understand why it's important to have elections. So to help us, but welcome Grace Guar, one of our panelists here too. Welcome, and also
thank you.
Peabody, welcome too. We have our two guests, but we'd like to bring in Dr. Pewee to give his perspective on the importance of electing mayors and especially our local leaders.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. You know, you guys have made a lot of really great points, and I think I'm gonna take this opportunity to kind of maybe expand on some of those points. You know, the point was made about accountability, very important mechanism, right? To make sure that the people who are serving the people are doing what the people want them to do. And the only way to do that, to guarantee that that happens, is to make you know, positions elected. Because when politicians, when leaders are not elected, they run amok, they do what they want to do. And like Anthony was saying earlier, right, politics is a game of power. And so to the extent that individuals are able to aggrandize their power, they're going to do so. And so really the only mechanism, the only check on our self-interest is having elections. So I want to sort of reiterate that point. But another point I want to bring up, though, is that, you know, elections are important because they establish a sense of respect for individuals, for the common person, right? Because the whole idea of democracy is that everyone has the same access to the votes, and everyone's vote counts the same. And so, you know, when we allow people to exercise that, we're giving them the respect and believe and trusting them to be able to make the best choice for themselves, right? When you have local leaders who are appointed by national leaders, there's this association between what the national interest might be relative to what the local interest might be, right? And so that breeds a situation in which things are not aligned, the interests are not aligned, and goals are not aligned. And so you have a situation where, you know, resources are not channeled where they need to be, right? And it is only at the local level that local leaders can really talk to their constituents and really understand, because they live in the communities that they are working in, to really understand what it is that the community needs and to be able to allocate resources appropriately. And then, like Russell, or like my friend Winfred Russell was saying earlier, elections are also a way for social learning. I mean, Liberia being the first and longest existing republic in Africa, we have a history of democracy, but we never had a perfect democracy, right? And the experiences that we had were also destroyed by, you know, the two civil wars that we went through. And so we need to sort of learn what it means to be a democracy again. And not having local leaders being elected takes away from the opportunity for our citizens to learn, to relearn those very important critical skills of engaging in democracy. And we know that, you know, on all indicators, democracies perform better, have better outcomes on almost every indication, or almost every indicator. And so in order for us to advance as a nation, we really do have to instill in our citizenry what it means to practice democracy. And that starts at the local level. You know, the former Speaker of the U.S. House, Tip O'Neill, said that all politics is local, right? And that is as true today as it was when he said it back in the day. And so I think that's something that we as a people need to hold on to and really take seriously, so that we can get our country moving from the bottom up, right? Right now, we have a system that is top down, and we've seen that doesn't work. And so that's why local elections are so important, and making sure that people can participate in those local elections to hold their leadership accountable.
Thank you so much. I know we'll be taking calls later on. People will be calling in to engage the platform too and the guests. And also, I've just got informed there's some lawmakers watching this program because we said that somebody said earlier this got to go to the legislature. They come out and say, look, we must have elections for local authority, local leaders now. It's important we reach that point because this appointment of local leaders, especially mayors and so forth, is affecting the country. And some of our best are not being considered because if you're not into politics, then you cannot get this job, which is not fair to the country and to the people. But we'll give word to Dr. Peabody with his question, and then from there, Grace, and then Robert. So Peabody, you can weigh in.
Good to see everybody. Welcome, Mayor Collins, and welcome, Mr. Yakasa, Dr. Wakasa, I'm sorry. Well, good to see everybody. My question here is, it's a great thing for Liberians to be involved in the democracy of their country. And the fact here is we have a government and major superintendents and all of that where, Liberians should have the opportunity. But we are dealing with a culture that I'm trying to find a way to term it. We're dealing with culture that the government want to have complete control. They don't want to give the people the opportunity to have certain things in the hand that they can elect people who will be their leader. We look at the budget of our county; it's pretty much run by the central government. There's nothing really, even though you have a lot of revenue coming in from places, some counties where Buchanan, Nima, other places. But the government trying to control all of this. They are not willing to leave this. They're not willing to let it go and let the people of the county, elect a leader and stuff like that. So how can Liberians really be motivated to do things like that in a government that won't even give them the opportunity to do it? Anyone, Major Collins, Dr. Yakesa, anyone?
What's the question again, sir? I'm sorry. Would you repeat it?
I say, how can Liberians be motivated to actually convince their government, hey, the position of mayor, the position of superintendent, we want to be the one to do it. How can Liberians be motivated to even understand? Because it has been made in a way like the central government have just taken complete control, and a lot of Liberians probably lack any interest in something like that. They don't have an interest.
What's interesting about government is that government works according to what the citizens tolerate, right? So that means if we as a citizen are saying that we want our local leaders to be elected, that means we have to champion candidates that are running for national offices that also want that same thing, right? And we need to elect them in those positions and hold them accountable when they're in the positions to be able to make those institutional changes that will sort of see the outcomes that we want, right? And so ultimately, the power really is in the hands of the citizens. I think what we've gotten into a pattern as a nation of electing people that, that maybe that we believe is going to give us some sort of patronage, and we aren't really looking at those substantive policy, institutional policy changes that we're talking about here. When election time comes around, we're going to vote for who's the most popular person, who's smiling the best, or who's driving the best car. All these very frivolous things, but we're not really holding people up to real substantive policy standards, right? And so that's where we can exercise the power as a people. And so if that is in fact something that we believe that we as a people, the Liberian people want, then it's a matter of looking at the slate of candidates and saying, look, this is what matters to us. And so if you want our vote, you're going to need to tell us where you stand in this particular issue.
Mayor Collins,
yes,
sir.
What
can you say to the Liberian? What benefit, we've been a mayor for a while now, what can Liberia benefit if they elect their own mayor and superintendent? What are some of the advantages that Liberia can have?
I think, first and foremost, empowerment.
Okay.
You empower the people.
Mm-hmm.
Public trust. When you can say, I am invested in this election, I'm invested in this person because I participated in the process. That is huge. But with all of these things going on, we still see a lot of lawlessness going on. Look, I was watching, and because if we can't get our home in order, how can we get out there to talk to other people about it? I watched the clip you all had about Kehleboe and Coon damaging car and all that kind of stuff. That's lawlessness, and you're getting that from the people who are supposed to make the laws.
Yeah.
So what do you think coming from the rest of the people? What are their thought processes? These guys can break the. I watched one of the guys just slap the phone out of the other reporter hand and all that. We got to get our home in order first. There's so much the Liberian people can learn from having municipal governments, having local governments, and by voting in local governments, because you when you can participate, you have vested interests. I mean, there's so much you can do, but we got to look from the top first. The top is not behaving, and then when you look at the major problem why things of this nature will not work, and we keep complaining about funding and all of that, corruption. We got to get our house in order. Corruption is killing us. First and foremost, because of corruption, our educational system is not functioning. Because of corruption, our security system is not functioning. Healthcare systems, all of that. And then you want to bring it down to municipal government. That's where some check and balances can come in, because the municipal government the mayor will not be accountable to the president, will not be accountable to lawmakers, will not be accountable to the vice president. He or she is accountable to the people, and that makes a difference. That's public trust.
Thank you. That's a excellent point. Very excellent. Let's go to Anthony, and then Grace, and then Robert, and Abu.
No, Doc, I think it's Robert, and then Grace,
I was going to say because Robert came in. You know, I spoke before Robert came in, so
okay. Sorry about that. Robert, and then Grace. Sorry about that.
Thank you. It's great to be on. Welcome to the doc. How do you say? I don't want to mispronounce your name. Yakasi?
Yakasa.
Yakasin. And thank you, Dr. Yakasin. And thank you to Mayor Collins. I think I've met Mayor Collins when I served as the vice president of the Liberian Association in Georgia. We hosted you and tour you around the city. So it's great seeing you again. But I think this is a very interesting conversation. And it was good to have you guys on, because you work in the system, you understand the importance of electing mayors and council members and things like that. But I think the number one importance that I see from all of this is, and I think we can all concur with this, is this accountability, right? And when you think of accountability, you think of visibility, right? You think of visibility, the people directly being in control, the mayor being answerable to the people, right? And understanding that they are there for a certain period, right? It gives them the opportunity to be more creative, to be more innovative, and there's this level of competitiveness. Now, when it comes to Liberia, and I agree with you, Mayor Collins, we have a lot of work to do. We have to get our house together. But when it comes to Liberia, whenever we question, why is it that the law have supported the elections of mayors in Liberia? Why have we not respected the law with regards to the elections of mayor and council members? Why have we not gone back to the drawing board to restructure the representation of mayors in all of the different counties in our country? A lot of times politicians say, well, we don't have money. is going to cost. Is going to cost. And so I want to ask you a question. I know every election is expensive, right? But when politicians make the excuse as to the lack of resources to have mayors elected outside of candidates, strategically raising funds to run their own campaign, what the government's responsibilities are with regards to that. Do you think that's a concrete excuse, or do you think this is a political excuse? Any one of you guys can chime in.
That is exactly what it is, an excuse, because it doesn't hold water. If I want to become a mayor, I know what it entails to be that mayor. I know what will get me there. We're not depending on no government. We're depending on the people to elect us. And those people who will elect us will be able to fund us. All right. Whether they give me the 5 cents or the 10 cents or the 25 cents, that's what will take me further. Look, that's BS. Let me just put it that way. That's BS when you talk about it's expensive and it's this and it's that. You know, the people will elect the people. The people who elect those people will support them. How are the others being supported? How are senators being elected? Are they being? Is the government supporting them?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
So then, why are they worried? Why are they afraid of?
And actually, to kind of expand on Mayor Collins's point, right? We're just talking about institutional change, just changing the structure of how things work. That doesn't necessarily require any additional resources, right? Because you can restructure in such a way that it's more streamlined. And in fact, restructuring it in the way that we're talking about would be more streamlined, because the federal government wouldn't even need to worry about, sending money to the local provinces, right? Like, the people would be taxed at the local level and the resources would be more contained and therefore could be used appropriately. And so that, I totally agree with the mayor. That's BS, right? It's a very easy change that could be made. Now, what we're seeing is what was said earlier, which is that, it's a game about power, right? Obviously, when power is concentrated in the hands of few people get to benefit from it, right, at the expense of the masses. And so I will sort of reiterate my earlier point about the need for people to smarten up and really look into the effects of what having power concentrated actually entails for them, so that they are getting involved not just at the presidential level, but calling for local level and elections around across the board.
Thank you, and I'm glad you guys. I wanted to have you guys charming on that, to just pan on what I already thought was just a flimsy excuse as to why politicians want to continue to have access to the status quo, right? Because I think it's laziness. I think we have one of the most powerful presidents in the world, right? He or she damn near appoints everyone. Everyone is answerable to them. They get to fire. They work at the will and pleasure of the president. And it's lazy democracy, right? As opposed to being answerable to the people. And the strength of a democracy, we can all agree, logically, is in the hands of the people. It's for the people and by the people. And so when people talk about money, and what it will cost, I want every Liberian who are listening from the country today and across the country to listen to the experts. Because again, if I decided to run for a mayor position, I need to understand that it's going to cost me money. The federal government does not have to support my campaign. And so we need to really push this message when it comes to the importance of and demanding from our leaders. Look, we have a law in place already. We need to respect the laws, and we need to start the process when it comes to electing mayors. I want to ask one last question. There's this complication when it comes to how do we start this process when it comes to the fact that we have 16 counties And a lot of these counties have sub cities. Someone would say Lofa County, for instance, will require almost 5 or 6 different mayors, right? Grand Bassa counties, what the same thing. I think otherwise. I think we can structure the mayor position in a way where you can have one mayor from every county. You can have one mayor from every county. That mayor can work with other folks in these different cities and small towns, together to advance the city agenda, right? And what have you. Do you think there's this possibility where we can start this process with regards to electing mayor and not having to elect 6, 7 mayors from one county? Or do you think that's a feasible idea when it comes to cost and the start, just the beginning process? What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, before Mayor Collins and Dr. Yakasa get in, let me just provide some context here, right, Robert? The city of Brooklyn Park is the population is about 90,000. It's about 90,000 people. So you're having a mayoral race is citywide. City council, it is by district. Okay, so even like if you have in Monrovia, if it's divided up into district, it would just be within that district. So when politicians in Liberia make their excuse or not having money and all of that, and we all have agreed that is it's an excuse. The city of Brooklyn Park, which is about 21 square miles. The city of Monrovia is about 25 square miles. It costs Brooklyn Park about $70,000 to have a mayoral election. Okay, just 70,000. And then, of course, if you are having city council race, it will be less than that. So if you were having mayoral race in Buchanan and in Harper and in Vonjima within the city limits, it would be way cheaper than that. To begin with. I mean, Monrovia is much, it's a capital city. It's very populated. So all of that is an excuse. If you look next door to at Ivory Coast, they have mayoral elections. They have mayoral elections all over the place. Cocody, I mean, all of these different suburbs, they have mayoral elections. So now to your question, Robert, the Governance Commission, that's why they have the Governance Commission. The Governance Commission had done a study on this. And they said, okay, what defines a city? What defines a hamlet? What defines a village? What defines a township or a borough? All of those definitions. So if so we have to, I mean, the stuff is there, the information is there. Now, Dr. Yakasa Wei there, with us, he has a doctorate degree in political science, for the University of Minnesota, who can help us, with this, this process. It is not rocket science. It is not rocket science. So, but if we have a model or a structure in place, the first, the Governance Commission in Liberia have laid out, okay, based on whatever criteria, and then there was international standards, and maybe Dr. Wei can talk more about this, but there is some international standards, and then of course you have some localized, laws, and policies. Say, okay,
but the Constitution allows it. Why are we not using it?
Yeah, the Constitution allows it. No, that's that's true. I mean, we've established
that's the guiding document.
That's the guiding document. But I think the point was part of what Robert was making about having, because that's another excuse that they give. Oh, we have too many cities. Oh,
right.
Because
people are arbitrarily. We have 15 major cities in Liberia.
Yeah, there are 15 major cities.
One major city, and that's has already been established.
So I mean, we've heard it. We've heard the stuff about Grand Crew and all of that. So what I'm saying to you all, and what I'm saying to you, Robert, is that okay, that's fine. But the Governance Commission have laid out the criteria for what should constitute a city in Liberia, not some arbitrary, you know, naming of this area. Say, oh, that player they call Russellville, that Russell City. You know, some politician come and, you know, and just, you know what I'm saying? So that's what the problem is the lawlessness. Is what, like Mayor Collins was saying, we're not going back to our guiding document, whether it's the Constitution, whether it's the white paper that was released by the Governance Commission. We're not following any of those things. Because if we're following them, Robert, we will find out that we have, like Anthony just said, we might just have 16 cities in the entire country, based on, and it's all based on population.
Yep.
Yes, and that stuff is there. Not a lot of these places will be constituted as cities. No, some of them will be townships, some of them will be hamlets, some of them will be villages based on their population.
But you know, here, let me just add a little bit to that. Here in Montana, we're the 4th largest state in the nation, but in terms of land mass. So we have all these little pockets of cities all over the place. But we have what we call the Big 7. The Big 7 are the 7 largest cities that will meet and make recommendations for elsewhere. All right. So things are still happening in those cities with 200 people, 300 people, 500 people. But the Big 7 meet and make some recommendations. So, you know, those things can happen. We're just finding excuses.
Yeah. And the thing is,
go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that once again, we are a free nation, which means we can literally choose how we want to structure our government, right? There's nothing telling us how, there's nothing preventing us from changing organization according to what our needs are.
Can you repeat that, please? It's important that you repeat that.
Can everybody mute that?
Yeah, but
because
because
there's some feedback.
sound in the back, so that's why.
Yeah. Can we mute ourselves? But can you repeat that again, please? Can you repeat that?
I was just saying that we are a sovereign nation. We are a sovereign people, which means we have the right and the ability to choose whatever organization we want as a people, right? We're not married to any particular thing. Even the Constitution itself is a document that's subject to change if we, the people, will it to be changed, right? So if we want to change the organization of our political structure, we have the ability to do so. So what we will have to do as a people is decide what makes the most sense for us. So if the current arrangement is not working, guess what? Our legislator is empowered to go back to the old drawing board and figure out what makes sense for our context. We are a nation of no more than 6 million, right? I think the last figure I saw was like just a little over 5 million.
Yeah.
In the US, there are cities that are even bigger than that. And they're able to figure this out, right? You can't tell me that everywhere else in the world is just so much smarter than Liberia, that we just aren't able to figure out a system for ourselves, right?
Just no political will, bro. The political will is not there.
Yes, that's exactly the key, right? We need to have the political will to change the system. So, and that's all there is to it. There's like Winfred said, this is not rocket science, guys. So we just have to figure out, okay, well, this system doesn't make sense. We have way too many cities, whatever it is, we need to figure it out. And it's not that difficult. We can create a federal system. So right now, Liberia is operating according to a unitary system of government, which is to say we are a democracy, at least we profess to be, but power is from the top down. But here in the US, we have a federal system where there are different layers of power, right? Power is not concentrated in the central government. You have different units. You have the federal government, which is in charge of laws across the board, and they engage in foreign policy and things like that. Then you have the states, and then within states you have counties, and within counties you have cities, and so on and so forth. And so all of these different layers of government each have individual powers that they can exercise. There's no reason why a country, the population of a little more than 5 million, cannot figure out a federated system in such a way that will work for them and work for the people.
Okay, thank you. We'll be going to the lines, but after Grace, we'll bring Grace in. Grace will ask the questions, and then we'll be going to the lines, telephone lines at 6:30. The guys will be so people can call to engage the platform too. So Grace, it's your turn.
Yeah, hi, Mayor Collins and Dr. Weggy. Welcome to Closing Argument. I just have really one question, but it's so important, it cannot be overstated that we actually do really need to be voting those officials into, positions, especially the mayor and the superintendents, because these people, you cannot just bring people and actually just give them to the people. These people have to be, there should be criteria set that you have to live in a city for at least 3 years. Your address was here for that time. But you just bring these people and you just place them on the people and expect the people to work with them. They cannot even vibe like that because the people don't really know who these people are. They are not, ready into connected with them like that. So sometimes it just surprised me the way things going on in Liberia. I know when I was a little girl, we had mayors in a different city. I remember Mayor Vanja Riches from Clay Ashland. They had these cities and people have mayors. So I don't know how these things change so quickly that sometimes we don't even recognize anymore. We just like, okay, where are the people not drawing demarcations and where, the people who's supposed to do these things. But my question is to you guys, the legal framework. Is there because Tomalin can even answer this question, even Winfred, is there a legal framework on this whole appointment and voting mayor into positions? Because I don't know how it changed because the people used to actually vote mayors in. What happened to the framework?
They dropped the Constitution. That's it. Our legal framework is the Constitution. One president decided that, okay, we'll do the appointment here, and it just trickled down. Yep. We need to go back to the Constitution, period.
The law is the law, and that's the thing. Liberians, the people are getting away from the law, and Dr. Where he just said he witnessed that. I think Mayor Collins did too, with that disorganized behavior, I call it, in the House of Representatives today. How people were breaking into people's cars. The last time we saw somebody breaking into somebody's office. Because the people don't want to abide by the law. Liberians, open your eyes. That's my only question I have. We cannot allow these people to hijack our country like this.
And I will say too, that this practice of appointing local leaders is actually a relic of colonialism in Liberia, right? The old Americo-Liberian regime. This is one of the strategies that used to be used to control the native population for a long time. And so I think after the Civil War happened, we kind of went back to that old practice again. And that's kind of what this is. So I think we also have to kind of do our research to kind of learn like the history of some of these things. And I mean, I'm not saying this to kind of, to divide, but I think it is important to come to terms with just how history sort of repeats itself in a sense. And if we don't recognize some of these things, we kind of fall back into our old patterns again. I think that's kind of what we're seeing.
Yeah, but the truth of the matter is, as Grace said, so we have had. I mean, it's not a stellar history, but we have had a history of
electing officials.
Yes, of electing mayoral elections in Liberia. I mean, even during that, even during that period, there is a guy. I mean, I invited him, on the show here. He's here in Minnesota to Dr. Way. He's called Edward Carter. Edward Carter was elected. I think at the time he said was the youngest mayor who's elected in Liberia. Elected. Yeah. So when it was politically convenient for them, they would have elections. If it not, but they didn't. So it is not clear cut that there was never mayoral elections or paramount chief elections. Now I don't know about superintendent, but for sure there have been mayoral elections.
Yeah, I think the point I'm making is that in Liberia's history, there's been a longer history of those positions being sort of appointed than there have been,
especially the superintendent.
Yeah, and so because the norm, I guess, historically has been the appointment. So even though we had a period in which elections at the local level did take place, that was not necessarily the long-term history, right? And so it was easier to sort of fall back into the status quo pattern, and I think that's kind of the point I'm making. But absolutely, we need to get to the point where we're electing our local leaders for sure.
Yes, and I pray and hope that after this show we can it can reach the legislature, that it can reinstitute the elections of mayor, because that also helps to eliminate corruption. Honestly, because if I'm elected as a mayor now, you know very well my loyalty and everything is to the people, the citizens of that constituent, of that particular locality. Because in Liberia, I think the threshold is 20,000 citizens. You go to a city. So once that, I think that 20,000. Yeah. So when that happens, I know sincerely that I have to win the support and confidence of the 20,000 people who elected me. I won't be succumbing to the president and the senator or so forth to be bribing them so I can get appointed or keep my job. End of the day, I better be able to bribe all the 20,000 citizens who elect me. Yes, because I'll be obligated to them. So I think from here, hopefully we can use the expertise of these great people to help put together something that we can submit to the legislature for them to at least reintroduce the election of mayor. It's important for our country. It will help us to grow because, like, for instance, I think Abu said it earlier, they have what they call the county development fund, that money, right? There's a development fund that they put in the national budget, and that's where the lawmakers, the caucus, them play with. They go together and just divide our money. But if we have elected mayor, that person will have access to that fund.
Yeah.
Every city will have access to these funds, and will help the people.
So, Tomalin, before we
I wanted to interject quickly. Even they're having elections here in my area now. They're having it for controller, auditors. They're having it for commissioners,
for judges.
Judges. You have to put
attorney generals, everything.
Because they're gonna be sitting in a neutral position. They don't owe nobody anything, so they will be able to do their job well. But when they appoint them into those positions, then they start to be regime mayor,
regime speaker.
Regime speaker, like
just like they say.
No, that's a
dysfunctional, like the dysfunctional one we have right now. You have a very dysfunctional legislature in Liberia right now. You don't know what they're doing. You don't know what they're going on. But let me ask this: we got I know Max Russell has Winfrey have been willing to help, and he has been helping in Liberia from day one, offering them all kind of opportunity. The police, the mayor, the fire service, and all of that. But they have not utilized his skill. They have not appreciated. You go in there and wanting to help these people, and they think you want to go and take their job, even though they do not know the job. They got no idea about what they're doing. Somebody's coming with their expertise and, look, we want to share with you. We want to do this, create an opportunity for them. They push you aside. So my question here is, how can you work with such people that do not need help, don't appreciate, and think every time you go in there to help, it's about job, even though you're not going to make nothing of it anyway. But how do you work with such people?
No, so one of the things, let me just say this. So you have Dr. Pewee on here. You have Mayor Collins, and then you have me, right? All three of us, we have ran in local elections, and we won, and we've served. And all three of us, have also aspired for higher office. Dr. Pewee ran for, but he later drop out. He was running for a seat in the Minnesota State House. Mayor Collins here. I don't know many of you know this, but Mayor Collins was running for the U.S. Senate.
I remember that. I watched the interview.
You would have made international history, not just but he got his foundation from serving as mayor.
Exactly.
He learned the ropes, you know, by serving as mayor of the capital city of the state of Montana.
Right.
That's no small feat. You know, former council member Dr. Yakasa Wei learned the ropes by being an elected city council member in Falcon Heights, Minnesota. I did the same thing in Brooklyn Park and then decided to run for higher office. So all of this training, and so that's part of what we are saying, that it is fundamentally important if we want to strengthen our democracy in Liberia, we need to focus on these local races, because this is like the incubator. This is like the training ground. You know, then you get people, even the electorate, you know, you get them all engaged and animated. Let me tell you something. I also ran for the community head of the Liberian organization in Minnesota. The last election that we won, elections we held here, it was so animated, so energized. BBC sent a reporter here, you know, to cover that election that year. So once you get people engaged and and activated in in these local races, you know, that stuff would be translated to the national level. You know, they're participating, they're learning how to be campaign manager, they're learning how to, how to be, how to speak on the stump. They're learning all of these things that they would take at the national level. So that is what it's important. And, we, all of us here have volunteered and, and offer, our services. We don't want the job, that we just want to help to get things on the right path, to get our governance structure on the right path. But obviously, I don't know if some folks feel intimidated. You're coming for the jobs and all of that. But we definitely, have learned the ropes and know the political process here. And a lot of these things are transferable and and taken to Liberia. But
let me just jump right here. The two of you, Mayor Collins, Dr. Yakase, and Winfred, will you guys, if you guys were invited, will you guys be willing to put something together to go into Liberia and offer this kind of training and help?
Tomorrow.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, and that just the truth. There were more of us. I mean, you have,
Brother Peabody. I gotta say though, it all boils down to what I said earlier. They man come and take my chop. I got a chop.
Yeah.
And because they man here, I will not be able to chop. That's it. Corruption. Plain and simple. That's why they will not accept anybody trying to help. They see that person as a threat. And that's the wrong way to look at that. You should see that person as a help, assistant, someone there to work with alongside you to help you. It's frustrating.
Yes. You had asked the question, how do we work with people that don't want to work with us? And my perspective is, I'm not going to go to a party I'm not invited to. So that's just it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I'm good where I'm at. I got my education. I'm working in the field that I care about, and people that want to listen to what I have to say will talk, and I'll share that information with them. Anyone that wants me to support them in some way, I will do so. But if I'm not invited, don't expect me to show up. That's just what it is.
But let me ask a question. Do you guys have any intention of one of these days return to Liberia to take part in our politics?
But man, look, I have vested interest in Liberia. I have family members down there. If I can go there and make a difference, I'm not only making a difference for me, I'm making a difference for more than just Wilmot Collins. I'm making a difference for the rest of the people. So my interest is also in Liberia. I'm here, but I'm also every day thinking about what's happening in that country, because what happens in that country affects my people. Mm-hmm. So yes, I'm ready.
So that means if
to Russell, to Winfred, I told him, I said I'm ready.
Mm-hmm. So and I mean, I know you serving your second term as mayor. If today you are offered like a position to come to Liberia to work, you will leave that, you abandon that position, right?
I will not abandon it. I will resign.
Just he will resign just to go and serve his nation. Can you imagine that?
Yeah, that's the difference between abandonment and resignation.
Look, so I would say this, right? For and I know Mayor Collins very well. I mean, you know him, to Tomalin from Firestone. He's a stand-up guy. He's come in here and excel. This guy was running for the U.S. Senate. He's been all over the world, supporting, promoting, working for the U.S. government. This is somebody that we need to be an ambassador. Okay, this is somebody that would who had been in all of these spaces. Working for the U.S. government in Eastern Europe and other places. He worked, many people don't know this.
I know.
Tomalin, many people don't know that this Wilmer Collins here with us is no small potato. This Wilmer Collins is the one who was behind the scene that helped us to get the DED signed, to get to put Liberians on the pathway for citizenship. Many people don't know that. That we used to meet in DC. He's not on Facebook. I'm on Facebook. I'm all there. He's not on Facebook. But this guy was the one who was behind the scene. Yeah, Jack Reed sponsored the bill, but that bill would not have gone through without the support of Republican senators and others. And Mayor Collins was able to leverage his connection in that area with a number of these senators and all of them there to co-sponsor that bill that went through, which ultimately gave Liberians their citizenship. Many people don't know this. And so can you imagine having a talent like this in one of our ambassadorial, positions, or even at the UN?
But now, since you see my phrases, let me just say one last thing, and then I'll shut up. even last June, I was one of 4 mayors selected from around this country to go to Armenia to speak about democracy, to teach the local governments about democracy.
Wow.
But
yeah. One of 4.
In the entire United States, Tomalin.
The mere fact that Mayor Collins was able to enter the senatorial race, the mere fact, don't you know when it's somebody to run for office, do you know the amount of stuff you have to go through to even be accepted to be in the race? It's a lot. That alone is a record. That alone is a record. So I know the kind of way he carries. I hope that.
So why does a man who is willing and ready to beg to go to serve his country?
Just even help.
But tomorrow, President Boga pick up the phone and call the man and not be able to go now because
I will leave 1 week after that call.
Wow.
The thing is,
it'll be a pay cut.
It boils back to the hate, and I hate to say this. The jealousy that exists among our people when they don't have a gift and somebody have a gift that can share with them, then rather than accepting it, they reject you only because you want to share a gift with them. And they look at those negative things that you come in, they're coming to take our job, but you don't want to. There's a man with all the gift. If Mr. Collins was from Ghana today, he'd probably be in one of those top areas in Ghana because Ghana will utilize you for what you have, and then you'll be making immense contribution like Dr. Yakasa Winfrey. If you guys from another country like Ghana, they will utilize the talent because you have it. And who does not want to utilize the talent? If Baka is listening, these are people you can invite home that could make the difference for you, and then you'll be flying high, even though they are making the difference, but you are flying high. But our people don't see those kind of things. They don't. So it takes a lot to convince them when you come in to help them. They think you're going to take the job. You think you're going to take the money, and you already have the profession. You already make your own money. You already have everything you need. You have gotten to the highest level. Now, who does not want somebody who has got to the highest level in the career to mentor them, or to help and lead them? Our people, that's the problem we have in that country. The government, they need help, but they don't want to utilize it because they want to stay in that same status quo. That's why they want to be in and stuff like that. You know,
because they know if Dr. Pewee went there, he would do it by the book. You're not going to be cutting corners, doing all of this stuff. You're taking kickback. If Mayor Collins went there, you know, he's gonna do it by the books, and they don't want that. He's going to close up all those loopholes, whatever chopping out and all the different things. You know, in fact, he's not even he's not going to compromise his morals, Dr. Pewee. You know, all of what he's done here and he's accomplished here, he's not going to put his reputation is on the line. He's not going to go there and put that stuff on the line for a few dollars here and there. You know. So I mean, and they don't want folks who's going to come in and try to rock the boat. You know, but rock the boat, you know, in a good way to try to set us on a trajectory to success. You know, welcome, Robert.
Thank you. Look, listen, I've been following, and I just want to add, and I think, and I always have conversations with folks, especially some of our friends who were born in this country, never been back to Liberia. And we always have this conversation because they every time they hear something about what's happening, right? The promise of Liberia, that conversation comes up. It's like it almost seems like we have a limitation on brilliancy, right? It's like our Ghanaian counterparts somehow seems to be smarter than us, and I always reject that the Nigerians, the Ghanaians, the Sierra Leoneans, and all of our neighbors, these are not people that are smarter than us, because I've sat in Rome with some of them work for us, some of them report to us. Yes, they are smart. Yes, they are successful in this country, but we are too. It baffles me that we have all of these great, we got a doctor in political science he's not interested in the politics, the day-to-day politics. He's more interested in the structure, right? And the transformation piece of what our country should be. We have Mayor Collins who is willing to help. We've invited people on this platform that are not even Liberians who've talked about and they share their expertise on what it would take to get the fire services back in our country. The question I continue to ask is, why have our government not reached out to recruiting our best brains in our country? What would it take? And it boils down to the system, the mindset. It baffles me. And it seems like anything or anyone who attempts to challenge that status quo is turned against. There's this attack. So either people want change and don't know how to go about it and have been misled by politicians who don't want change, but they've been elected on the message of change consistently, but we've seen no change. The same thing over and over. So the question is, and this is where I want you to chime in, and then Russell can come in. How do we start this process when it comes to educating Liberians on ensuring that what they want to see in government actually is a reflection of those that they elect? And it's not only a dream, but it becomes a reality. It's an uphill battle, but how do we start that process to really start to shake up things a little bit? How do we start that? Because it seems like the status quo has won. They've won for decades. I mean, it's been over 20-something years since we elected Ellen Johnson Sirleaf in 2005. Look at the kind of opportunity that came to the country. Look at where we are now. We have Joseph Boaga with 42 years of experience. Look at where we are now. So how do we start that process, Doctor? How do we start this process?
Absolutely. And I think it goes back to what I was saying earlier, which is the essence of what we're talking about today, which is the importance of having local elections, right? Because what happens is our people will get so energized during the presidential election. Everyone participates, you participate in the parade and the parties and all these different things. But then when the election is over, we get disenchanted because, again, there's a disconnect between what happens at the national level and what's happening at the local level. There's nothing happening at the local level that people can tangibly point to and participate in. And so their only opportunity to engage substantively in politics is at the national level. But of course, they don't have a lot of influence at the national level beyond the presidential election, right? Once the presidential election is done, then that's it. But when you give local power to the people on the ground, what happens is that there are many opportunities beyond the election itself for them to engage, right? For instance, when you elect your city council members, you elect your mayors, if your roads are not paved, guess what? You can go into the city hall and talk to your council member and say, hey, Winfred, you ran 2 years ago, you promised you're gonna pave the roads. What's up with that? These are your neighbors. These aren't people that live in some sort of mansion somewhere out there, right? These are literally your neighbors. You can see them walking down the street. You can talk to them and pull them aside and say, look, you said you were going to do X, Y, and Z, and that's not being done. And you know what? If that's not being done, you can vote them out, right? And I think even the voting out is extreme. And I can tell you from personal experience, when you have your neighbor, come up to you and talk to you about an issue that you ran on before that you're not implementing, that is incentive enough for you to get your act together, right? And so that, in the essence, is why it's so important to bring elections to the local level and diffuse the power and take the power away from the central government and allow the people to exercise power at various levels of government. So that's the first thing. That's the most important thing we can do is let's make our elections, bring local elections to Liberia.
All right, we want to take a few calls. Henry, is Henry there? Let's take a few calls. Henry, are you there? You want to come back, Henry? Let's take a few calls, and then we can then we can take our closing.
But Peabody, while we are waiting, Henry, you can pick up on your end. Maybe there are folks in the diaspora that wants to contribute.
Sure. Yeah, but I mean, these are all interesting, very, very heartfelt conversation that can help our country and help the people. So, guys, Henry, you want to take some call from Liberia because I know there were a couple of folks that were listening. You want to take some calls?
Okay, no problem. So, if you've been following, the model call is 0777017 777-017-635 077-7017-635 is the number to call, and they're going to be live here on the closing argument on Truth FM 96.1 0777017 70635 777-017-635 is the number to call. Or better still, 0776 927472 0776 927472. These are the two numbers you call, and then you're going to form part of the discussion here on the closing argument on Truth FM. On a Tuesday, yes, these are the numbers. While we are with the courts, you guys can be the talking, and while we are with the courts, 777-017-635 077-017-635 776-927472. Let's get to the line to pick on the very first caller. To this caller, name from where you joining us. Hello.
Yeah, we.
How are you? You got to dress away from your monitor. Go ahead. Okay, Oliver. Go ahead, make your point. Talk. Go ahead, Oliver.
Yeah, so actually encourage your your guest tonight for the comprehensive discussions. Moreover, for the development of every country, there should be intellectual.
Okay.
If you electing a lot of local headed people, you always see local head leaders proceeding with the people. But if they have the intellectual, they will definitely be your progressive, just the people within the country. So I encourage you guys for the word of motivation. You guys will better make a step back, at least to shout better and come back for the progressive development of the country. Thank you.
Okay, my brother. Thank you. Thank you so kindly. 077 7017 777 0776 927472 776 927472. These are the two numbers. That's it. At times, we need some intellectuals to help us understand some of these things. To this caller, Nifin, why you joining us? Good evening, sir. Nifin, why you joining us? And take it so far to make your point.
My appreciation to the GAF, to the studio. You know, whether something is for 50 or in the country, in terms of like come in the land of representatives, because we voted for them that when they get into that house, it's the interest of the Liberian people to see the how the country can be developed. But it's so disappointing to us that see the elderly people, the way they are behaving, what will become of those that will be coming after them? So we are very confused on whether they are reading the law, because that place is now a playground. It's clear that the people supposed to work is the issue of the country. So see the way forward of the country. If you look around the other African countries progressing in terms of development, there was one way that people. It's just about their own interest, but the interest of the country. It's a country that we cannot be to protect from.
Okay, my brother.
The way we see the way they are proceeding, and some people that vote the interest of, the interest of the country. So whether we say that we feel so discouraged about our own people that we elected there to see to either the people that are very expecting that.
Okay, my brother. Thank you so kindly. To this caller, name from where you joining us?
Hello?
Your name from where you joining us?
I would have introduction. My name is Emmanuel, and I'm calling you from Tuporo.
On Tuporo, make your point.
Yeah, my point is, every situation, every double crossing today, tomorrow, God testimony. You see, his first comment, I was just coming from two. Was not easy from the beginning. Everything was high, everything was dark when they would get one or two things. So people who are very wanted to understand, you're not seeing the elephant fighting, or you're not seeing something going on until you try to work towards it. The man is trying to do something towards for tomorrow.
Okay, my brother.
They gotta take a time, brother. You gotta take a time that you see your destiny. You gotta take a time that you see the work that you're doing. I let to do a script for a person, and I let somebody that will kind of first of all let to me today, tomorrow, then at the end of the day, I get no full background investment.
Thank you so kindly. Your name from where you joining us? To this caller.
Hello?
Your name from where you joining us?
Morning.
Go ahead. Your name from where you joining us? Oh my word. To this caller. Your name from where you joining us?
Yeah. Calling you from the township of Norrisville,
We're there in Broadville. Go ahead.
Indeed, it's true that our local leaders should be elected. Because
Yes.
when that happens, the answerable to those who elected them. I do remember one of our students in Liberia was appointed by former President Peabody. tell our people that so far as he enjoys the confidence of the president, people of Lofa Julius will not do anything to him. And that really did not move well. They didn't over well with the people in Lofa Julius. And at the end of the day, I don't know what happened. So, really, our local leaders are supposed to be elected by their own people, their own people. Because when that happens, they will be accountable to the people, and I think things will go well in their own situation. Thank you.
Okay, my brother. Thank you so kindly. Local leaders, they are very, very important to be elected so that they can be like able to pay attention or listen to the crowd of the people that surround them. 077701763 777017635 0776 9272 74776 927472. These are the numbers. Today's caller. And then from where you joining us?
Yeah, hello. My name is Eric.
Okay, Eric. Be a bit audible, please.
Yeah, I just want to thank our uncle and nephew for the discussion and very discussion. And I think the mayor so that the team be united and come in Nigeria to make us together because the country will power and we don't have no picture right now. For the town was in the country, now we should not do for our forefathers. So we ask that the team come and help us to join us to people that give us corruption and things that are going on in the country. That's my point.
Okay, my brother. Thank you. That's it. We hope that some days they come to help us to strengthen this country when it comes to the leadership. 777017635 077701763 776 9274 72 776 7274 72. These are the two numbers. Call us. Let's take 3 more. Better stay 2 more, and then we'll go back to the
let's take 2 more, and then we'll come back to.
Yeah, I have a.
Go ahead. Everybody, Johnny up.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I'm David Tamba Poli.
Calling from where?
Dwazon.
Okay, from where there in Dwazon. Go ahead, make a point.
The situation where
No, we are not getting you. We are not getting you. You are coming in broken.
Okay, I have a call on the line here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I said the situation is not this. And who is coming back on the system? If you come back and you want peace, West Testament, and if they try you, they can't get you to each other.
Okay, my brother. That was you there. I will turn back to the team, and we're not getting you too clear. So, that Peabody is back to you guys.
Yeah, what's right? The call.
Yes. Okay. I hope you all will be able to hear him, but I have Edward Carter on the line. He's just called. Can you please identify yourself and tell us where you're calling from and what contribution you would like to make to this discussion?
Well, I'm Edward William Carter Jr.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Former mayor of Bentor City, Mansfield County, Republic of Liberia, and I'm calling for the great state of Minnesota. And I would like to speak to how important era election is in terms of cementing decentralization by devolution. We need to transfer some of the authority from the executive to local government units. So I'd like to talk about that.
Okay. Yeah. So when were you elected? Because I think one of the things that we've been discussing here too is that, because I think for a number of people, they seem kind of strange that, because we've gotten so used to selections of mayor and appointments of mayor, and do we have, or have we had a history of electing mayors? And when did you get elected? How did that process go?
If my memory serves me right, in 1974, there was an act passed by the National Legislature, and that act created an opportunity for us to have mayoral elections. So the first group of mayors at that time, Painesville and a couple of other cities and whatnot were granted city status. They were township but granted city status. And so mayoral elections were held, I think, 1974. And whatnot, after those different cities were created. And that was the first time I can remember, from a historical standpoint, that, we have municipal elections were conducted. And at that time, we have power chiefs, town chiefs, and you name it. All of them were elected.
Wow.
Fast forward. In 1986, the government, we began to mount pressure. At that time, I was working with the press at the national. The government was of the opinion that we should try to decentralize. Giving local authority to the local government units, like cities, townships, etc., etc. And so, in 1986, municipal and legislative by-election were held throughout the country.
Wow.
And mayors, because that's when I was elected mayor, I was elected mayor at the age of 27. I think so far I had broken record. I was elected 1986 as mayor of Benton City. After I was elected, we organized the Liberia Council of Mayors. The Liberia Council began to exert a lot of pressure on the government, because the Minister of Internal Affairs, the Minister of Cycle and the power to be centralized right at the ministry. So we began to put pressure on government, mounted pressure. Finally, the government came in and told us that we can organize, and then they start giving us this funding and whatnot to carry on community projects and stuff like that. We set up our council, our city council, legislative wing of our cities, and once our time passing city ordinances and stuff like that. So we're functioning very great.
Okay, so because I know folks had to go and take other calls, but so how did things turn to where they are today? Why are we not electing mayors and local officials like paramount chief and clan chiefs and all of that? When did that change?
It was due to the civil upheaval. After the Civil War, those are like, I was reappointed by Sawyer, because I was elected. So Sawyer wanted continuity, and whatnot in the process. So Sawyer retained me, and whatnot, a couple of other mayors I was elected. But then when the election came, I think when Ellie Johnson became president, that's when we did not hold elections. That's when elections were not held. And so from that time to now, and whatnot, we see government appointing mayors and commissioners. It's very undemocratic, because the Constitution provides that those people be elected. You and whatnot. So I don't know. We need to mount pressure on government. Government needs to do that because believe you me, at the time they start to travel here, I led in America the World Conference of Mayors in 1988. We were almost 20 mayors.
From Liberia.
20 mayors from Liberia that came down in DC to attend the World Conference of Mayors. And through that, a lot of mayors started to form sister city ties and whatnot, discussing the possibility of sister city ties and that kind of thing. Then we went to Paris, France. Then we went to Dakar, Senegal.
Wow. You know, so let me turn it to my fellow panelists. Do you all have any questions for Mayor Carter?
Anybody? Let me ask Mayor Carter. So what have changed today, Mayor Carter? What have changed?
Okay, Dr. Peabody is asking you what has changed today. What is different today?
The difference is that right now, you know, mayors, you have to wait for the executive and whatnot to carry out development programs and that kind of stuff. There's no way mayors can connect themselves and whatnot with Mayors International. So, and that was a means which to get a lot of assistance. I came 1988 and I brought the mayor of Banga here, renewed the sister city with Banga. And believe you me, those people gave us almost $500,000 worth of assistance.
Wow.
Gave us a lot of things, sewing machines, and a lot of things for the women and whatnot in the Banga. You know? So right now, and what have you, we need to move those different local government cells and cities, townships and whatnot. They need to start developing because that's where development starts.
Yeah.
Development starts from there.
Yeah.
You understand? Because we are closer to the people.
Yeah.
You know, mayors and commissioners are closer to the people, and that's where you can mobilize them.
Okay.
To work productive endeavor.
All right.
I will never say something, Mayor.
Big time. So I hope that they will look at it in that context.
Okay.
Whether we can have elections.
Maybe we should send a mayor. We send you the link so you can come on because a number of people have questions for you.
Well, I think, Reverend, if you will, the one question I think is very critical.
Hold up, Mayor. Go ahead, Doc.
The one question I think is very critical is whether in his time as mayor, if he had the local unit had the authority to tax, because that's a big central thing, right?
Yeah. Okay. So Dr. Pewee is asking, during your time as mayor, as an elected mayor in Liberia or in Pennsylvania, but in Liberia, did the mayors have the latitude of controlling their own tax regime, their own tax system? Were you allowed to tax? I mean, how would you get the money to fund your city services and operations?
Oh, well, you know, we had means because we had certain ordinances. And so we had the inspector that went around to make sure that people adhered to those city ordinances. And if there were any violation and whatnot, we raised money, you were fined. And then through that.
Okay, so but besides the city ordinances, were you like sales tax, right? Dr. Pewee, that's what you're asking, right? So like, you know, other income streams. I mean, besides just the the fines and the ordinances, you know, that came from the ordinances.
Definitely, the businesses that were there and whatnot, they were paying tax taxes to the government. The remittances were given to the government, to the local government.
To local government, okay.
That is, you know, the township. So we're raising money, and besides that, government will also providing us and whatnot a little mini budget, sometimes it's $5,000 and stuff like that, you know. But we were raising money and whatnot. We had international contact. Our international partners used to assist us. And we have a lot of things, you know.
Okay.
We have keys to embassies and whatnot. Embassies help us with agriculture, get agricultural implement and whatnot to promote the agricultural development. And those things were moving.
Okay. All right.
You know,
All right, Commissioner Carter. We are really grateful, really appreciative of your time and coming here to throw some light on on this very, very important topic. We're sorry that you weren't able to join us with the connectivity issue and stuff like that, but we do appreciate your insights.
I wanted to say something to him.
At any time you guys want me to, anything you want me to do, just let me know.
Okay. I think there is one last question for you. Grace has one last question for you.
No, it's not a question. I just wanted to say to Commissioner Carter, thank you for your service to Liberia. We really appreciate, people like you, and we pray for the best for you and your family.
Okay. All she was saying that thanks for your service to Liberia and all of what you've done to keep the image of Liberia shining bright, and she really appreciates you coming on.
I appreciate that I had the opportunity to serve after I became mayor. Then I was appointed Assistant Minister for Urban Affairs in Liberia, and we started a lot of work, veteran. People like you, if you elected mayor of Monrovia, you got that to put to the table, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
We need to move the local government cells, and we need to move them forward. Yeah, everything can be Monrovia, man.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Mayor Carter. Thank you.
Oh, you're most welcome.
All right.
All right, family people. I see y'all.
Okay. All right.
All right. I think what we're gonna do now, we're gonna go back to the mayor, Dr. Yakasa, so Dr. Winner. So at least we can do your closing, and then we can call there. We'll call another time. It'll be good to have you back again, Mayor Collins and Dr. Winner. It will be great to have you guys come back again. But you guys want to give a closing or anything special you want to say?
Mayor Collins, do you want to begin or should I? Oh, you're muted.
You can go ahead, Doc.
Okay. Yeah. Again, I just want to reiterate just the importance of having local elections, really diffusing power, taking power away from some power away from the central government. Obviously, we can't take total power away from the central government, right? But we nevertheless need local power. We need local processes so that issues that are local can be addressed at the appropriate level. Because if we don't have that, we're going to continue to see the sort of disparity in terms of progression, in terms of development that we're seeing now, right? When you have power concentrated just at the central level, that relationship is not there. They're not part of the local community in the same way that someone who lives in that community day in and day out, walks the streets and everything else is there. So for those reasons, and for all the other reasons we talked about before in terms of, educating the public about what it means to be civically engaged, in terms of, what it means to hold government officials accountable, ruling out corruption, all of these things can really be addressed at the local level. Now, it's not a panacea. That doesn't mean that we will magically not have any issues, right? But it will mitigate, it will reduce, I think, very significantly, many of the other issues that we're seeing today that have really held us from taking that next step in our development to, reassert ourselves as, a powerful force on the continent of Africa. We have to remember as Liberians that we were once upon a time seen as the beacon of hope for the Black nation, but by the Black world, the world over, right? And I think it's time for us to reclaim that position. And the only way to really do that is to exercise leadership on the world stage, and that begins with how we exercise leadership at home.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I would just quickly say I prefer election over selection, for the mere fact that public trust will come back to our government and the people. The people will begin to trust their government again. Transparency will become a rock that we all can look up to. And so it's too easy. We will start holding people accountable when we can say that I elected this man. I have invested interest in what goes on in my community. So yes, I will close by saying election over selection.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Yakasa. It was an honor to have you guys come on the Coaching Acumen. I mean, if you ever have the time and would like to come back, we'll be delighted to have you guys come back and share with us your wonderful experience. I'm sure the Liberian people all over the country listening today, and we're listening to you. And I mean, we appreciate your presence. Thank you so much. The nice face is going to be the politics in Liberia. If you want to be part of it, you want to stay, you're welcome to stay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. All right. So, all right, guys. Here we are. Wonderful conversation. And that's what we talk about. I just want to give everybody 1 or 2 minutes to just chime in. We heard the mayor of Helena, Matana, Major Wilma Collins. We heard Dr. Yakasa Winner. Very achieved Liberians, work in local government and all of that. And I hope Liberians listening tonight, because they're, and I like what Mayor Collins said at the end of this. He said election over selection, and that's a strong point right there. But he also said that when you have local election, the local leaders are elected, you also empower the people. All of that, people get empowered in different ways and stuff like that. Accountability and all of that, come in different ways. So I think they were very strong tonight, and I just need you to give me everyone and 1 or 2 minutes on this, and then we'll get into the rebel activities we saw today. Robert?
Well, listen, I want to commend Winfrey again. I think this is something that we spoke about briefly. I think 2 or 3 weeks ago on one of our shows, and he mentioned the importance of having these guys on and specifically having a show on this. And so thank you for that. And I think this is what the closing argument is about. We will talk about the politics. We've invested a lot of time in the day-to-day politics, 4 days a week. So I think it's important that we have these conversations where we bring people. And if anyone is wondering where these 2 guys are from, they're one of us. They're Liberians. I mean, I just got a message. Is Dr. Where is he from?
He's from Nimba.
He's a Liberian. He's a Liberian, Mayor Collins is a Liberian. Mayor Collins, I don't even think he would have survived in Liberia. I don't even think.
Where is Mr. Collins from? He's from Maryland, right?
Yeah.
But I think Firestone. I think Tomalin. Yeah.
I don't even think he would have survived in Minnesota, where if he was depending on the vote of Liberia, he wouldn't have survived. Maybe Winfrey would do much better if he went to a predominantly white neighborhood, right?
Of course.
Because they were electing without any question whatsoever. But we have quality minds. We have really smart professionals in this country and in Liberia as well. One of the comments that I read says something about, majority of what's happening in Liberia are caused by those who come from the States. So the discussion is not just about bringing professionals from the States, right? It's about basically having streamlining and recruiting your best of the best. And your best of the best can come from Banga. Your best of the best can come from Buchanan. But your best of the best can also come from Minnesota. Your best of the best can also come from Delaware, right? It's about recruiting the very best to get the best result for the Liberian people, especially after the politics And when you see these Liberians having these kind of in-depth conversation, intellectual based conversation, it makes certain people who think that the Ghanaians are smarter than us, who think that the Nigerians are smarter than us, but they're not. It's not a rocket science. We've got to wake up. We've got to be determined. We've got to be so mad. We got to be so mad and pissed off for change to get it happen. Simple as that. So I thought it was an amazing show, and I will stop it for now because I really want to chime in on these the day-to-day politics before I get out.
Great.
Why you want to get out? Don't you know you be going here until the show ends?
No, I work since 5 o'clock. You see, I'm still in my thing.
Myself, I've been working since 8 o'clock this morning.
I gotta go.
Okay.
Yeah, but I wanted to say, you know what? We have to put rubber feet to the fire. What you say, okay for? But anyway, I just want to say, look, like, bro, we got brilliant minds. I tell you, we have brilliant minds. Look, for them to even if Winfrey sitting here, he would tell you for them to even or ask you to run for office after they ask you, the process. I'm being asked right now to run for office in York City. I can name the different positions they ask me. The process is too much. I don't want to. But look, for our people to go through the processes, for them to get to where they are, for them to serve in office in this country, it's no joke. How we have all the brilliance among us, and we still can get it right. And somebody will say, "Oh, you know, the people, me probably like brother, the people that Garguah said are the people who come from abroad because the kind of people you pick, the propaganda machines, they come on this platform, they do propaganda for your party, and then after that, the elections, after you vote into power, you take these people who ran your propaganda stuff on social media and you put them into position. Doesn't mean that they are qualified for those positions. Doesn't mean they have the heart. Doesn't mean they have the love for country to be able to function in those positions. You can see if somebody will function well in the position. Look at the brilliant minds that came on. Besides a closing argument, always bring these people that especially Winfrey will bring them from different places to tell us how the country. How is it that the government is not tapping into these people? Not even for a job. Just for even come and do trainings, we'll pay you for some sessions. Come and do some coaching for us.
Or just we'll pay your way and give you accommodation. How about that?
Yeah, how about that? So like look, as Martin Colley will say, and I will refer to him today. Liberia problem is man-made. They made that problem. They want to destroy the country in a way that one group of people will just remain there and be sucking all the juices, remain the resources, and benefit from their children. They don't want to give other people the chance that will help the nation. They don't want to get look, everywhere places I go, I meet Liberians. Some of them, when I meet them, I can't even believe the person is a Liberian. The kind of positions they are in, the kind of way they have served in these people community. Then how can we not serve in our own community like that? So I just wanted to thank you to the two Liberians that came here. I am proud that they are Liberians. And these people, they work in their different various positions. They did very well in what they're doing here in America, or else they will not be in those positions because the people checkmate you before you even can get there, before they can even offer you to even run. They finish running your whole information background, everything. For Mr. Collins, Mayor Collins, to even get to run in the for senator, it's just huge. That alone. One thing that Barack Obama said before I close, he said that, they got some foolish people in leadership. they got some real foolish dumb people in leadership. Even he said when he went to Howard, you would think that, oh, this is Howard University, and everybody here, they're so smart. But they got some dumb people in Howard too, that even graduated with the degrees, with a C. But how you make the difference after you graduate in those positions, even after you graduate from that kind of mindset, and you see other people in where you went to school with were able to do better, how you make it out of there, that's the main important thing. I have no hope in this government whatsoever right now, especially the way they proceeded. If there's a hope there again, if they come back strong, maybe I will have hope. But I just pray that Liberian people are opening their eyes to see that when you cast your vote, it has consequences.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as you all said, it's a beautiful segment, very informative. So I'd like to say thanks to Mayor Carter, Edward Carter. I think he added a lot of perspective. I mean, there are a lot of things I didn't know. Hearing from Mayor Carter, all the things that he had to say, I'm like, oh wow, okay. And also to my good friend, I think it's the Tomalin's childhood friend too as well, Mayor Collins. He's a very down-to-earth, very low-key guy. You imagine this is a Liberian, and Robert and both Robert and Grace, talked about this. This is a guy who is one of us, born and raised, went to school in Firestone, graduated from the University of Liberia, came here as a refugee too as well, and settled in Montana. He is the mayor of the capital city of the state of Montana. Okay, and as Grace said, the Democratic Party selected him to run for the U.S. Senate. But you know what happened? What sort of derailed the guy candidacy, which is a reflection of us as a people. So Tomalin, the guy was running for the Senate, and I met him a couple of times in DC. He came to Minnesota. He went all over the place.
I think he went to the Governor Beshear, right?
No, the governor endorsed him, or the governor selected him. He said, "Okay, I'm not going to run."
Yeah.
So they selected him to run for the Senate, for the U.S. Senate. But this is what derailed his. This is what derailed his candidacy, right? So, as you know, this stuff is about money.
Yep.
It's about raising money. So the guy was in the race for 6 months, traveling to all these different Liberian communities and different places to raise money. Because you have to see first what you bring before the party can match it, before the party can bring something on, right? And imagine now, this guy is in Lily White, Montana. There were only 6 Africans or Black people in Montana, where he is, in the city of Helena, and he was able to win there. But when he decided to run for the Senate, the guy was in the race for 6 months. He raised $300,000. He raised $300,000 in 6 months, visiting so many different Liberian communities and all of that. People donating, the whole community, the American, all the big fanfare, poop.
They get $200.
$200. Anyway,
I remember when you finished that.
He left. Yeah, he left. I would have brought it up when he was here. $200, plenty. Talk about $50. The man couldn't raise the money at the time. The man dropped all of that stuff.
He needed at least $1.5 million so the party can help him.
So the guy who my colleague got there, because the party were getting anxious. He said, look, we need to win this seat. You can't raise the money, your folks can't raise the money. So the guy, eventually decided to drop out. The guy who came there, who replaced him when he dropped out, in 2 hours, the guy raised $1.5 million.
Look at that.
And Mayor Collins, it took him 6 months to raise $300,000.
Yeah, but that guy also Winfred, came from a wealthy background too.
Councilman Russell's point here is that, look, our people can say that the people team. Look in Minnesota, the Umar girl who always winning there, that is Somalian community can carry her. Now, personal money.
Robert is not
more than Somalian in Minnesota.
No, I agree, and I understand the point Winfred is making. I understand the point he's making. I'm just saying that I'm glad he mentioned.
The point is, Robert. The point is that I don't think it really captured. This guy's running for the Senate. You see, Grace kept referencing it. That's a major deal.
Huge. U.S. Senate?
Wow. Yeah. there have been less than 5 or less than 6 black person had ever served the U.S. Senate. And the guy was going there for that position. So, coming in, we didn't feel invested for us to get that kind of money. Because people say, okay, let me see who do you have behind you? They may want to get 6 black person in Montana, except for the college students who go in there. So anyways, so you have a guy like this.
It's a white dominant state.
Yeah. I said, it's a predominantly white state. This guy was one of 4 mayors.
Oh, you Wyoming, so I can relate to state name like that.
This guy was one of 4 mayors, Tomalin, in the state, in the United States, was selected to go and conduct democracy workshops in Eastern Europe.
Yep.
They got opening doors all over the place. And he openly said, I'm not running for re-election. I want to go back and serve my country.
No, the thing is, Winfred, I always say this. Liberians are great people. They will support you when somebody died.
Hey,
they will support you when there's a party or something like that. When it comes to something meaningful, supporting people when they die is meaningful as well. But when it comes to getting a fundraiser and getting Liberians supporting you to build an organization, leave that one with God.
What you are saying is true though, and because I into this, all this when they put, just imagine for the last, I think Melvin House sent me the list the other day. Just imagine the full death we had in our community last year, like our close Liberian community. We raised over $90,000+.
Yep.
Just imagine. From Calvin Dewey, from Myean Gawe, from Henry Dubai Jr. and Sam Brown. I think with almost close to 100,000 that we raised. Just imagine. But
therefore,
but because if somebody amongst us want to take that leap, that step to go forward,
they will never
the envy and all kinds of stuff will come there.
They will not.
They will stop. They won't support you. Look at what you felt.
Everybody got all the stake in that pocket.
How can you raise that kind of money?
They're associated with their things. That's the association.
They only want to help you when you're dead. That's what Liberians want to do.
When you want to come to your funeral and bring enough alcohol and eat
when you die, Liberian will support you more than when you're living.
When you're alive.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
2 hours, the guy raised $1.5 million.
Yeah.
And then could you raise $300,000 in 6 months?
Look, a Liberian serious. Even when each Liberian giving $50, the amount of Liberian in the country, he was the only Senate candidate in the entire nation.
Can you imagine?
I don't think any Liberian has ever.
No Liberian has ever attempted to run to be a senator.
Yeah.
but
you will not get that support.
God forbid, when Colin had died, they were
going to
raise more than that money.
They'll give. You see people giving 500.
So
more than that money.
But it's a sad thing, very sad for us.
I got a call.
Because somebody got a call? Oh,
no. I said the point I wanted to make before I got a call and left the show. Chimani, we all been talking about decentralization. The easier way to decentralize the country is that by electing mayors and superintendents.
Yep.
That's the easiest way.
That's
the country.
That's the foundation right there, bro.
Once you elect the Senate mayor and you elect the superintendent, you don't need all the other government ministry. Today in Liberia, only one location can issue the Liberian passport: the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The entire nation.
This dude.
One location.
This dude.
How do you? Oh.
Nobody know what to do with Jamal.
Wait, because Jamal Jalab went to cause a funeral.
Yeah, somebody are going to go to that funeral and
the thing is, Liberian know how to contribute to death. They contribute to any other thing.
Yeah.
So
you know what? This conversation that we have today about the mayor position being elected, we need to continue having this conversation because that decentralization
it will
really solve the issue.
We have to
because
we
once
have
you
to,
have
we
a
have to
local
continue.
government, the local government will focus on the constituents, to focus on the people in that county. And you don't have everybody can be me. The day they said mayor position, it will be elected position. I don't want to be a senator again. I want to be a Senate mayor. I want to be a Senate mayor. Start from there.
Senate council, but I saw y'all jumping up and clapping because someone was appointed city, city council. Actually, that's how the whole show came about.
Don't even say someone. Let me call her name. I know she's watching because she went on one of the posts and she mentioned me and you, Winfred.
Oh, really? I didn't see that.
Oh, you didn't see that? Yeah, I responded. But Fatima, she's a look. Listen, and I know. Look, I don't.
This is not a knock on her.
Thank you. Exactly. Because Fatima is I think she's a great access to the country. She has a master's degree in social services. Last I heard, and so I think that part of the issue again too is just putting people in areas where they are less efficient, right?
Yeah.
So when you talk about recruiting your best and brightest, it's about putting them in positions you get the best out of them.
Yeah.
And
This whole a square peg in round.
No, but Robert, I think Winfred can help us there. People or look city council job. It's an important job. I'm telling you, it's an important job.
People all love it.
But I'm sure Winfred he has been a city council member before, so he can help us there. Because what I understand, what I think, you have leverage. You have access to the presidency because you don't have a boss. Your boss is not the mayor. The mayor is the one that you're almost the mayor's boss.
Yeah, the mayor conducted.
But you have access to the presidency, to the powers that be, right? You're able to go and lead a delegation, form part of the president's trip or foreign trip to go and do things for the city. You go lobby for the city. Like our driving just now, I listened to Mayor Carter. Yeah, he said embassies, foreign governments used to help them. Back in the days, it's true. But again, it left with how we do it. And it brings me to the point where tomorrow we're going to have a big discussion on this road fund issue. Because the kind of information we're getting is bad. No, the people killing the country, my people. The money the country got too much. No, look at the money to Nafa, to how to call it, Noka. Look at the road fund. I mean, look at the fire service where they put the feed there. Look, again, my people, we have mayor election. You think if we have fire chief to do that?
Hell no.
The mayor have a fire chief. They have police.
The mayor is not answerable to the president.
But Tomalin, that's the whole play I laid out.
The mayor is not answerable to the president. Period.
No.
But Eli, the mayor is not answerable to the
because the mayor is being appointed.
Right.
Yeah. But if the mayor is elected, he's not answerable to the president.
But it's like every other position. That's what we keep saying. It's like every other position. And I think those who are against these elections are people who understand that without the president having the power to appoint these positions, most of them will be out of jobs, or most of them will have to do it the right way, and they will have to really not be lazy at it, right? But when it comes to Liberians actually supporting our own in this country, we got to, again, it's the mindset. And when we talk about mindset change, it's not just about those in Liberia. We're talking about right in this country. There are people who've been here for 10, 25, 30 years with the same mindset as those in Liberia. So it doesn't matter. It's not about where you are. Even with the level of exposure that some of these folks have had, the system that they've operated in all these years, the organizational structure at their workplaces, they still don't get it, right? Their hands are tied to follow these rules and regulations and these structures because they have no choice but to do so, right? But I think we've got to change how we look at that man, Winfred. If we made that man a representative, how does that man benefit me? He become representative, he make money, his money only go to his family. We're not looking at the bigger picture when it comes to representation. Look at what we're dealing with right now. Outside of those who represent us in these different cities, they're not from where we're from. They don't relate to us like our Winfred will relate to us. They don't relate to us like a mayor, a Collins who came here as a refugee, who understand the importance of the process when it comes to the immigration process. He can relate to us. So representation is very important.
Yeah.
The lady from Somalia, the representative from Somalia.
Yeah, Uma.
You know how much work she's doing for her community and her people?
Oh, they
You
cherish
should,
us.
you should go to Minnesota. You should go to these places and see how well connected she is with these people. She knows this is strategic. But in our community, we don't think that way. We think about this man think he's bigger than everybody else. Or this man, when we're getting that opportunity, it doesn't have to be that way.
Because
so
he joked with them before or hang with them before.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Robert, part of the reason Liberia is the way it is, we don't have the thing they call onboarding. Somebody become a mayor or a minister or deputy minister. There is no such thing called onboarding, the training process to transition you from a regular private citizen to government employee to acclimate you to the system so you can understand how to function. Today they appoint you a deputy minister, they give you office, that's it, you on your own. So you have no idea where to start. Nothing.
Anthony, you just struck a chord. I mean, and Tomalin said it earlier. I know we're about to move on, but when I was elected city council, before they before I attended my first city council meeting, they sent me out of town to go through a whole training about how to put a legislation, on the table, how to vote. I mean, the whole structure, the whole process. They sent us, a whole bunch of us from all over the state. We went there for a whole 3 days of training. Then when I got back, we had internal orientation, all the different, definitely settle all the different process. So that's part of what we said earlier. This is, at these local levels, whether you're a library board, I serve on the library board here, I serve on the, the park commission, all these different elected these boards and commission. In fact, there are organizations here that train people and encourage, especially minority people, to get on these different boards and commissions and city council. I went through a whole month of training, orientation, Tomalin, before I was able to vote on one bill as a city council member. So when you get through all of that process, so they train you. So that's part of why we feel confident, we feel empowered, we feel knowledgeable to run for a position in the House of Representatives. Yakasa, who were just here, did the same thing. Wilma Collins, who tried to go to the Senate. A lot of these positions, people don't just randomly come and they become a representative or senator. They go through all these local races, local or municipal government, government or county government before they get there. So that stuff is critically important. So the whole orientation, even at this level, bro, you got to go through all kinds of training, all kinds of orientation before you start voting on a particular bill or particular ordinance.
Yeah, but it's the norm for every other successful brand or company in this country. It's the norm, right? Even in
that's true.
Even at the Marriott, right?
Even in the private sector, yeah.
We have managers that come in. I'm one of the instructors. I'm a certified Marriott international instructor. So I'm a brand ambassador. So we train brand standards before you actually start your work. You have to go through the 2 weeks brand standard training where you understand the brand, the demands, and everything that you are about to engage with. And so these are norms that we see. We don't embrace.
Take for granted, yeah.
Exactly, we don't embrace in our country, right? But these are ideas that we can use if we had a serious leader. Look, bring people around. Ask some of these questions. The president has what it takes to say, you know what? I need to have a serious meeting. I need to put together a team of expertise to really recruit and get there. You see, there you go, Fatima. You see, I knew Fatima was watching. And so let me digress. Let me say this. Fatima, congratulations, right? Congratulations. And we on this platform, myself, we know that you are qualified, right? But here is why I'm so vexed about this whole appointment. It's not that you're not going to make an impact, but I personally feel like as professionals, when we start accepting to be in areas where we can actually, impact change more, because this is what we know. This is our area practically and academically. We understand what it takes in these areas, and we can impact change more. I think we stand a chance to give more back to our country. But you take Fatima, who has a master's degree in social services, and you put her on a board. Of course, she can add something significant to that board. But how much more of an impact can she make to transforming the country if she was sent to social services or welfare, as opposed to going on a board, a council, a board in the city? You are limiting her impact. Okay, and so again, I know Joseph Boaga wants to bring young people and give them the opportunity to serve their country. But we as young people, if you were to give me a job right now, look, I do not, if I must give back to my country, I would not accept any position if it's not in the hospitality, culture, and tourism in Liberia, because I think I understand the system and I know what it takes to bring impact when it comes to tourism. If the president were to give me anything other than that, I would not accept it. And so we want to be very clear. This is not a dig at a Fatima. This is a general conversation about how do we start getting the right minds, the right people in the right area to really transform our country and once and for all impact change in a very serious way, right? In a very professional way. You are limiting a person. You're limiting a person if you just put them anywhere just because you want to appoint them. Right, just because you want to reward them.
But then it is level on that person, Garguah, for them to look. We live in the biggest country on earth. We live.
Oh, not to cut you off. Not to cut you off. Not to cut you off. Chris, not to cut you off.
Position, man. Chris, never want to say that. But when she accept the position, she accept the position. Maybe that the position they have for her. For me, so if I'm not able to go work in that kind of field and make an impact. So
not to cut you off. Wait for 1 second. Let me correct myself. Yeah, social work. I meant Fatima, not social services. Social work, right? But social work. There are lots of things that
right now social work is in demand. Like
yes, it's in demand. We need that. We need that level of expertise in Liberia with social work. So again, to the point that we're making before Winfrey come in, is we got to start. Look, and again, sometimes I understand it's hard to look at the president and say, Mr. President, I know you want me to serve, and I can't say no, but we got to say no, Mr. President. I don't think this is where you get the best out of me. And if you don't have this position right now, then I don't mind waiting. I will wait. I will consult. But I'm not going to jeopardize my own strength. I'm not going to jeopardize the impact that I can give to my country in true transformational change to just be in a position because I want an appointment. This is the conversation, and this is what professional Liberia, this is what we have got to start doing. But it amazes me how our leaders don't think that way. Why would you even think that? Fatima, Russell, Grace, Tomalin, the areas of expertise, both academically and practically. You've done your due diligence. I'm not going to make any premature appointments, and I'm not going to accept any premature appointment either. If that appointment does not bring the best out of me, if it does not give back to the country the absolute best, thanks but no thanks. This is the conversation that we should have. Russell.
Yeah, no. So this is Fatima. Congratulations. There's no dig on you and your appointment or anything. I mean, for me, and I'm not sure if you followed the conversation here earlier. It's about the structure. It's about it's about building this foundation. It's about putting round pegs in round holes and not square pegs in round holes. Like Robert said, putting folks in places where, and in positions where you can get maximum outcome other than that aligns with their skill set and their passion and everything that comes in. Now, city council is a dignified, sort of position, but the structure that at least I know in Liberia now, my vision, had I gone there, my vision would have been, okay, in as much as, I think, we need to have election like yesterday, but my whole vision was to get there, get everything situated and have elections, divide the city up in zones, have elections, city council member for this zone, for this district, for that district and all of that. We need to have these local, these local elections. That was sort of the vision that I have for, for going there. So, and, because I think it was Tomalin or someone said it there, city council member, the mayor is not your boss. The mayor is not my boss. You know what I'm saying? We all are elected. We all, I think it was, we have a lot of plans. I would go and meet with the governor. I could meet, I don't need, but independently done. We all serve, it's kind of like, it's almost like the Speaker of the House and all of the representatives, he's just the speaker, and he was elected by his colleagues, but that's not, that's not their boss. You know what I'm saying? So, they take a vote. They'll care, about the entire city. They of course care about their district or the region they serve. So that's the sort of structure, that sort of model. I mean, I was an independent thinker. I was an independent, every city council person, independent, they can do their own thing. They can vote however way they want to vote. They can meet whoever they want to meet. I just hope that's the structure that we have in Liberia, because with all that kind of structure, with the kind of talent that Fatima brings to the table, it becomes, ineffective,
Well, but Fatima got I'll tell her she got a good partner in you. You'll be a great inspiration to her, a great help to help guide her and tell her and help to carry the bigger impact on the city council. You've been there, in the workings of she can be the impact. She can change the Anthony. She can change the dynamics there. I was driving. I was listening to Robert. Robert was saying something important, that Liberians got all these people who got in this country, professional, all the background they got, and the country is suffering because the opportunity haven't given to these people to go and serve the country, and that's a problem.
Because we're not aligned with any particular political party.
The kind of people we got, when you put them impact in our country, that bro would not look. It would not be the same. I can tell you, because first of all, look, you'll be afraid certain things you just can't do. That's why it's important. I will say again, come to the Liberian politics. If we are serious in the diaspora, especially in this America, we should do a lot of stuff. We should not take for granted 2029. Get involved. Take part. Look, help to change that country for the first time. Let's take from here a major group from here that will support whoever is the political alignment they want to go along with. Let them support that thing and that institution, that person, whoever will do this, and they can go through the country. Whether it is John Brown, whether it's Peter Paul, Mary, look, put your wood behind that person and let's give it a try. Let's put our wood behind it. Because if you are sending millions of dollars in remittances every year, you have no impact in your country. Look at
our guests here, right? Fatima, look at our guests here we just had. Dr. Yakasa Wei, 28 years old. That guy's 28 years old. Okay. Has a PhD from the University of Minnesota in political science. Work in city government. Elected city council member. Connecting someone, reaching out to someone like that. Even the guy who was mayor. So, so it's not, so we have people that can, nobody wants a job and stuff like that. Man's a professor. Man's a professor. But he's in that local government space. So what's wrong with reaching out? We talk a lot about Mayor Collins. Look at Mayor Collins. What he brings to the table.
Oh yeah, Mayor Collins is not just a mayor, but Mayor Collins served the military.
Yeah.
He's a
Yeah.
veteran.
So quickly, before we run out of time, let's discuss what happened today at the Capitol building. Please, people be asking, they want our perspectives on it. For me, I'll tell you this, right? I'll be very blunt. The reason why I'm so fed up with everything is that it's about time that the Liberians who elect these people, they get involved too. It can't be one of the few people running the show. Now, demand that two ways it to end. Demand that Yombly and her rest of 29 senators or 28 president there right now. 28 senators, they protest and her 28 colleagues. They come up bold and say, look, we cannot recognize Richard Coon because the Supreme Court, who is the highest legal body in the country, has said that you are coming, your position, your senator is illegal. Illegally. We cannot recognize it. President Baga too said, look, Coon, we cannot, because it's affecting my government, because things not going to be the right way. People are afraid to come in the country to invest in the country. So what we do right now, you gotta go back to the drawing board. Have election of representative. Whoever win, the person will recognize that person. Simple as that. But every day, the person do the one, going to court, do that one. It's a waste of time. Better than be blunt. Put pressure on Yombly or colleagues. And I'll tell any senator, now on Yombly, are we behind? All of them now are we on the back now. You guys gotta reject Richard Coon, reject the fact that you shouldn't concur with any coming from that body. Same way President Guar. You can't be doing business with this man. It's illegal.
Right, President Boycott, unfortunately, Tomalin, it does not have what it takes to take these kinds of actions. And I would have been, and people keep saying, don't forget, we got very close friends in this government. We got brothers. One of my best friends is like a son to the president. We got people you don't know. We got people that behind the scenes that are still in contact with us. We will not disrespect the presidency. We will discuss the issues. Our contention will be based on the issues. It will be issues oriented. And I continue to say, it's not about us criticizing the president.
Been too surly.
It's not about us criticizing the president. You mute yourself, Tomalin. It's not about us criticizing the president. It's about what is the government doing for us to applaud. I want to come here every day and applaud the government. I want to do that. But what is the government doing for us to applaud and commend them every single day? If Joseph Boycott knew what was good for him when it comes to the rule of law, Joseph Boycott would have taken a position without being seen as interfering with a legislative matter. He had that power to do that. What pissed me off the most in this whole thing here about this whole Wahala at Capitol here was the executive branch of government said we will not inject ourselves in legislative matter. This is what they said. These are three branches of government. When we pushed back and said, well, the president can still take a stand as leader of the republic and set the tone when it comes to leadership, and set the tone when it comes to leadership, they said no, the president cannot get involved in legislative matter. But when the Supreme Court, all of us are very intelligent people. You can play the politics all day. When the Supreme Court spoke on this matter, they were very explicit. They were very explicit. You disrespected. You deliberately said, no, I'm not going to go by what the Supreme Court said. If you're not going to respect what the Supreme Court said word for word, why would you take the interpretation of the Supreme Court ruling by the Attorney General? The Attorney General is not there to interpret what the Supreme Court says. The Supreme Court ruling is the Supreme Court ruling. The Attorney General should be smart enough and appreciate the legal aspect and say, you know what, I'm not here to interpret what the Supreme Court said. Even though the Supreme Court wasn't blunt enough, they weren't clear, they left room for interpretation. It's not an Attorney General place. So if you're not going to respond and take an action or decision based on what the Supreme Court said, you should not be taking any decision based on the interpretation of the Supreme Court ruling by the Attorney General. So this government have already embraced Richard Coon. But the fact remains, Richard Coon is not legitimate speaker of the 55th House of Representatives. He's not. He's not. And you know how I know he's not? I know he's not based on what the Constitution says. Read Article 33 and 44 of the Constitution. I know he's not based on 10.2 of their rules. The House have rules on how speakers are elected every 6 years and how they are removed. It's very clear. And so we are where we are right now because this government, led by Joseph Boakai, like he did when the CPP was in chaos.
Yep.
When we expected him to exert leadership, to say, listen, I'm the elder in this room, and Cummings, Ben and Ayuri, you guys are going to come to the table right now. We need all hands on deck. We have an incumbent, and we need all hands on deck to remove this incumbent because we don't think he has done well for the Liberian people. What did he do as chairman of CPP?
The UP people wanted that job back. They didn't care about it.
You threw in the red flag, the tower. Listen, at the end of the day, I don't believe, with respect, that Joseph Boakai has really shown that he has the experience, public service experience. I don't believe he's really shown that, he's serious when it comes to most of these issues. I mean, look at what's happening, and I give the president credit. I commended him for firing or not firing, suspending all of these guys who have not disclosed their access. But why are we just suspending them? Why are they not being dismissed? Dismiss them. It's been over a year now. Dismiss them.
Section 16 of the Code of Conduct says you dismiss
So
those
what you
people.
saw happen today, so the other guys can come in, it's a continuation of the lawlessness that the executive branch of government has embraced. Who the heck is Richard Cohn to say you can't park here when in fact, Winfred, there's not even a sign that says because parking. These guys are not stupid. If you want a designated speaker parking area, don't let it just be a norm. Put a sign that says speaker parking. It happens everywhere. At Walmart, at open public places, they say police parking, handicap parking. And there are rules on what happens, the consequences of what happens when you park wrong. Even if the man were to park your car there wrong, and his car don't belong there, why don't just call the tow truck? Put the tow truck and tow the car. Why would you instruct the police to break into the car? And then what baffles me even more is the fact that they broke into the car, they got sat in the car and attempted to start the car without the damn key. I mean, you can't start a car without the key. And guess what happened? The car sat there for over 4 hours until the tow truck came. So this is a continuation of lawlessness. Fanati Kofa could argue, this is not your parking, my friend. I'm still legitimately the speaker. So why are you crying over a parking that don't belong to you? Because you are not the speaker. I don't recognize Richard Cohn as a speaker. He's still illegitimate. And the Supreme Court has been very clear based on the fact that they did not show up at the SONA. They've been very clear. So again, this lawlessness have got to stop. And the president is not too late. The president have got to show leadership. I know Fatima would disagree with me. That's fine. But the president has shown no leadership when it comes to this.
She already disagree with you.
Well, I know she loved the president. I know she would disagree with me. But I will stop here for right now.
Fatima, welcome. And congratulations again, right, on your position, the appointment as member of the City Council. And like I was saying, you got a former councilman Rogers here. I'm sure you guys will talk in the background before you leave. But I'm sure he'll be a great companion for you. He knows exactly.
They'll go with the president.
But again, like we said, right? Everybody said that. Everybody's saying that they wish you well and they want the best and who can make an impact there. But again, besides that too, well, maybe you can also weigh in what happened today at the Capitol building. For me, like everybody was saying, I think it was the approach was wrong, and I'm waiting to hear from the police director. I think he ordered the arrest of the suspension of the guys.
They've been withdrawn.
Okay, so what comment, Fatima?
Well, first of all, I would like to say good evening to all of you fine gentlemen over here. I think when I came in, there was the woman, but she disappeared. I would like to say, good evening to all of you first and foremost, and to thank the President of the Republic of Liberia for believing in my abilities and believing in me and actually asking me to come to join him in Liberia to serve. One thing that this president, I think you guys, a disclaimer that I would like to make here, as my co-panelist just said, is that I'm a lover of this president. I love everything Joseph Boakai. I've supported him from the time that I've known him, and I believe in his ability to change Liberia. And so that's the disclaimer I would like to make. I was sitting in the back, and since like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock today, Tomalin has sent me the link to join in, but I've been so busy because I think you guys know I'm getting ready to go back to Liberia, just busy shopping, doing stuff to go back, and I was tired. But as soon as I walk in my house, he asked me to join in.
You're taking a whole container? You're taking a whole container back or what? Or just...
I think my brother Robert kind of like me. I like he can provoke me most times because he knows when it comes to Joseph Boakai, they can go under my skin. But I would like to say a couple of things. First and foremost, what people fail to realize in Liberia is that there is a separation of powers.
There's no such thing right now.
Hey, yeah. But let me tell you, watch me when I'm on a panel, when I'm one of the panelists on a panel. I never speak when others are speaking because in an intellectual discourse, in order to have understanding, I would sit, even if you're saying something, I would smile and write down my points and I will address them momentarily. So what I would like to do is just to express my side. If you could just find gentlemen could give me some time, I love that. So what I was going to say is that there's a separation of powers. I know they're saying, oh, the Supreme Court said everything was ultra-verse, or the Supreme Court said this, the Supreme Court said that, and of course they're saying that Richard Nangbe is not the legitimate speaker. Well, I beg to differ, and I will differ in this light. This former speaker, Fonati Kofa, was elected by his peers, and he was elected by a number of people that made him to win. And some of those people, there are 73 members of the House of Representatives. And 43 strong members out of those 73 decided that they've lost confidence in him and could no longer sit under his gavel. And I watched the embattled speaker at the time, for the last 2.5 months, was unable to change the mind of just 2 people to join him to get a quorum to hold, business and do the Liberian people's work. At that point, I realized that he was not actually a leader, because a leader should be able to convince his people to change their minds, to say, this thing happened, I was wrong, or I was right, or this happened and you guys were upset at me. Let's go back to the drawing board. But he allowed himself to be used and lured by other people for their own selfish gains and told him, don't step down, don't do this, stay there. But the lesson that I learned through this whole journey was a good dancer should learn when it's time to leave the stage so that the world does not laugh at you. Don't let other people tell you what to do. In an elected position, when people tell you they do not want you anymore, you negotiate with them, you try to win their hearts. But if they do not want you, you should bow out and leave. What is happening in Liberia right now? And people are saying, Richard Nangbe, they're trying to lure this president in this whole thing. This president had a meeting. He called both sides and he said to them, I want us to negotiate. I want this thing to change. And then some of the people from the majority bloc raised their hands and said, Mr. President, we respectfully disagree with your interference. We feel that you want to settle things. You want to do this. If you agree with them, we'll say you're a friend of them. If you agree with us, they will say you send us. There is a separation of powers. You need to leave it alone. We'll resolve it on our own. And at that point, the president left it alone. I understand that everybody will want to blame this president. Let me tell you the truth. If the president have and I feel like Fonati Kofa was working with the president, so I don't understand why people would think that the president did not want him. What about his own peers don't want him? Does that make any sense? What does the president have to lose? It's fair to always have a speaker who works with you to make sure your agenda, the business of the people are done, and your bills are passed, and you move the country forward. That's good. But don't ever say that the president had a hand in removing Fonati. Fonati was unable to convince just one person to go on his side. The next thing I would also like to say is that what happened to the Capitol today, I don't believe in violence, but I think we, the Liberian people, should be blamed as well. There should be no time, gone are the days, including myself. I went to Liberia and I voted for some people out of party sentiment, or because, I did not, at the time, I was not aligned with the CDC. I did not vote. And I always believe in women empowerment. I regret today for not voting for Josephine. I voted for Yeke Kolba myself. I went to Liberia. I paid my ticket. I went to Liberia the first round. I voted for him. But we need to have leaders who represent the people, who our children will be proud of, who are not always, performing gangsterism, insulting women, calling them out and calling them names and saying things. We need to have a society where people respect each other, where the rule of law is respected. I don't believe that, anybody was forcibly supposed to do anything to his car, but I also don't believe that he was supposed to park there. He knows that there's a speaker's parking. So everybody tried to, everything that happened, we tried to blame the president. All I want to say that I will draw a line from this president's line that he gave me that motivated me to come to decide to go back to Liberia to work with the Liberian people to move the country forward. He said, whether we like it or not, we will build this country. Liberians will be proud of their nation and will move this country forward. And that's where I stand, and that's where I agree with him. Thank you.
Yeah, but okay,
Wow.
but Fatima,
It is a great thing
we have a Supreme Court. Supreme Court is the highest legal body in the land. The decisions are final and binding. Now, okay, with that being said, the Supreme Court issue an opinion, and even the Associate Justice basically just interpreted that opinion recently and said that the reason why they did not show it sooner because with the decision to which led to Richard Kuhn assuming speakership was illegal, so they didn't recognize it, and it had been seen. And so, with that in mind, you talk about a quorum from the other side, not having a quorum to have a session. I see now too. The law says that you need for a non-person to elect you as speaker. Okay, and the number that this man is claiming is not even not that point. He reached that threshold. So now the other side, the other side, the real law court is saying, look, we want peace. Let's have elections, and then the thing is solved. And by virtue of the fact that the Supreme Court have interpreted that opinion, I expect this pro tem of the Senate and her colleagues to say, look, we're not concur with the House again until they can go back to status quo, have election and get this thing done with. Even the president too. Now, lastly, do you know what's happening to the country? Our country is being affected by investments. Nobody can put their money like bread anytime soon without impact.
Not true.
I'm telling you.
Not true.
Fatima,
not true.
I seen was talk to you at the
I can tell you're saying something that I believe to be on the contrary. Not true.
Fatima, the promises that are being made to the government say, people, first of all, people in our country will not respect the rule of law. If the investment is tampered with, who did it go for redress? When we can respect the Supreme Court, the highest court in the land cannot be respected. Who do it go? Then with the threat of using continuous aid to us, it will affect the country. The country being affected. Honestly.
Okay. Do you want me to interject now?
No.
I think it's fair. Let her come in because
let me give her a chance because I'm about to roast the UP.
Okay. First and foremost, I just want everybody here to put a break and pause. You're saying that the Supreme Court went and first of all, the Supreme Court cannot make decisions for the House of Representatives. That's number one. Okay, there's a separation. Can I please, when you're speaking, you will never hear me talk. I promise you. I don't interrupt people. There's a separation of powers. The Supreme Court cannot interfere in the House's affairs, okay? And so they make laws that they leave hanging for interpretation. The Supreme Court did not tell you, first of all, the first time this embattled speaker went to the Supreme Court, that was the first time when he went to court and said that the sitting was illegal, everything they were doing was illegal. What did the Supreme Court rule? The Supreme Court did not find their sitting illegal. The Supreme Court did not rule against them. The Supreme Court did not say, stop, halt everything right now and stop. That's the first thing you have to understand. So it was not illegal. They did not say they were sitting illegally. So, and when the next time the Supreme Court ruled, they left whatever the interpretation was hanging. Okay, they did not say for one justice to come out and say, "Oh, this is now the interpretation after the fact." Then you want what to happen? The signature that we saw was 51 members. They said it take how many people? 49 members to remove a speaker. It was 51 members that signed that signature, binding. They were not under duress. They were not arrested. They were none of them. It was 51 members who came and signed, and the embattled speaker was removed. Whether you like it or not, whether we like it or not, Liberia will move forward. We do have a new speaker, and his name is Richard Nangbe Kun. You could call him whatever you want to call him. You could say whatever you want to say. We do have a new speaker. The second thing I would like to say, you asked me a question. You said something about investors going to the country. That is not true. That is not true. I just came from Liberia on February the 4th. I just arrived here on February the 4th. I went to Liberia December 22nd. I just came back. And the Turkish deal has been signed, sealed, and delivered. I don't know if you know about that, but yes, that's a major, major investor. We're going to have a new terminal, new airport. We're going to revamp all of the railroad systems in the country. So that's a major. So you cannot tell me, oh, and that's not true. First of and second of all, I don't know if you guys are aware. In the next few weeks, we are going the overpass is the work on the overpass is going to commence right now, and you are sitting here every day. I don't know where you get your information from because of this and that. There are not investors coming. All the major highways and byways are going to be right now. When you go to Monrovia, major highways and byways, all of them. We're constructing our roads. Everything is happening. It's not the way we anticipated to go as fast, but it's working. Liberia's working, not because you don't see it and you're in America and you don't see the way you want it and you say it's not working. That's not true. It is not true. And I disagree.
So, Anthony, I know you'll come in, but I want Fatima to kind
Go
of
ahead,
marinate.
Robert.
I want Fatima to kind of marinate this question, right? When you talk about you don't know where we get our information from. Well, I beg to differ as well. We get our information from the president. The president have made multiple foreign trips. In fact, he's now the private jet in chief and the most traveled president in 1 year than George Weah did in 6 years.
Any Liberian president.
Upon his arrival home from Ethiopia, he was asked by journalists, what can you say about direct foreign investment? His response, and I quote, well, they have expressed willingness to come to the country. This is not the first time he's given that response. And so again, right, an inquirer might want to know if these investors are expressing just willingness to come to the country. The question is, when will they arrive? He indicated that the foreign minister will respond on that question about investor. It's interesting that you're breaking these news because what you were telling us is not what the president has told us. The president should be able to come to the RIA and say, listen, these are some of the things we have in works. We have investors that have signed contracts to fix our roadway. We have a new terminal in works. These are the things that's happening. In fact, we had a deputy information minister here, when asked about some of the successes of this government, indicated conversations that were ongoing. I think you probably do a better job in information dissemination to the deputy minister, because you're breaking news here that we've not heard from the Ministry of Information, we've not heard from the president, and we certainly have not heard from the foreign ministry. And so that's where we get our information. But let me close on this note for Anthony Kami. I don't care how you put this. Richard Cohn cannot, on any legal, and I want to re-emphasize the word legal and constitutional, on any legal and constitutional circumstances, Richard Cohn cannot be the legitimate Speaker of the House of Representatives. The rule is very clear. When there are allegations, when there are grievances, you bring that to plenary, you put that on the floor, the Speaker recuses himself, and is given the opportunity to respond. It's called due process. He's given the opportunity to respond to these allegations made against him, some of which were very grave. He mentioned that. He said, I will recuse myself. The question I want to ask you and Richard Cohn and others, why have they refused to return to the main chambers to exercise this process? In fact, when they got on the call with the Supreme Court before their original ruling, they asked them to return and give this due process. If you have the numbers and if you've expressed not confidence in the Speaker, we agreed. If his colleagues does not have confidence in him, then he should start the process to get out. But laws and rules matters, Fatima, and you agree. You're a professional. They did not give him due process. They did not allow him to respond to these egregious allegations made against him, right? He did not. The rule says once the Speaker has been removed, the Deputy Speaker takes office in the process of an election. There was no election done. The Deputy Speaker did not take office, and you had this man of an idiot who does not know his right and left hand. And you saw the embarrassment. Listen, Richard Cohn is an embarrassment to our country. This is the reason why Ellen Johnson Sirleaf did not greet him, because she does not agree with that. This is the reason why the Supreme Court did not show up at the Senate, because it was a legislative process, and showing up under the governor of Richard Cohn would have indicated, okay, or would have been an indicative of them consenting to this nonsense. We looking, Joseph Barker have got to be smart. And in as much as you love the president, and I spoke to my friend today. He said to me, "You're not going to." Fatima is a very tough girl. I said, "I love tough women. Trust me, I love tough women. We can have this tough conversation intellectually and respectfully. But at the end of the day, Fatima, behind closed doors, you know very well that only in Liberia, a speaker will be removed in the manner in which Fanatic Kofa were allegedly removed, because I still recognize Fanatic Kofa as a legitimate speaker. I still do. And so when you see what happened today, a speaker, a lawmaker who should be an exemplary of the law for Fatima, instructing police officers to illegally break into a vehicle, are you kidding me? It's indicative of this lawlessness. This is who he is. He presents himself as a thug. He makes thuggery decisions. It gives gangsterism, and this is what it is. You don't instruct people to do illegal things. If someone acted illegally, let the law prevail. Get the tow truck. Let Yaka Koluba go to the police officer and answer questions, and let the legal process play out. But what do we expect from a man who did not respect his own rules? What do we expect from a man who did not respect the legal process? This is what we have. And this president has done himself less of a favor by endorsing Richard Cohn. He sits by Richard Cohn with no problem. He calls Richard Cohn speaker with no problem. He sent the budget to the clerk when he addressed the presiding officer. We all knew was Fanatic Kofa. His actions, and I will close on this note, his actions in reality and void of our love for the president has not reflected a man who understands politics, who understands the process, who has been in Liberian politics for 42 years, and who came to specifically rescue the country when it comes to law and order, when it comes to road development, when it comes to infrastructure development, and all of these things. I don't think he's done that. And the more he continues to do this, to Tomalin's point, serious investor will give second thought when it comes to investing and putting that money in the country. Anthony.
Thank you, Robert. First and foremost, Fatima, I want to say congratulations on your preferment. Thank you for your passion for GMB. I mean, it is not a bad thing to have a passion for a person or admire a person or idolize a person. Good things. One thing that we cannot intellectualize is the written rules and law, or the guiding principle of our nation called the Constitution. And I am not a lawyer. I don't profess to be one. But one thing I know for sure, I did civics in school. And the Constitution mandates that every Liberian citizen should have the opportunity to know their Constitution. And the Constitution must be taught in every institution of learning in Liberia. Having said that, you spoke of Fanadikova not being a leader. The reason why they don't want him to be speaker is not because of his leadership. It's because, one, they want to be on committees because they're where the money is at. They want to make extra money. Second thing is because Fanadikova being a speaker of the House of Representatives of the 55th legislature does not serve well for Joseph Yuma Bwaka administration because of the yellow machine circumstances. Now, you will not hear about yellow machine. Kun is the president. The budget was, Kun is the speaker. Kun is the speaker. I misspoke. And the budget was clandestinely passed, did not go through the rigorous process or processes, right? Clandestinely, they passed that budget quickly. Now, you spoke of him not having quorum, cannot convince 2 persons. No, he needed 5 persons. But they themselves also could not obtain the 49 number. Having a quorum without the presiding officer per the Constitution, Article 49, you don't have a section. You must have the presiding officer, who is the speaker. And at that time, and still is, Kofa. Did you have Kofa there? No. So do you have a quorum? No. Simple logic. It's not complicated. There's no complication here. Another thing, in order to be speaker, a simple majority, which is 37 of 173, right? 37 of 73, I'm sorry, 103 is the total number of the legislature, but 73 is the representative. So 37 is a simple majority. 49 is a 2/3. If you do the math, it's 48 point something, but you don't have half a human being. So they round it up to 49, right? Guess what? Because they don't have 49, during the day that they did that voting, I watched the whole thing. First of all, what's his name? The deputy speaker. Father, ask them to bring the resolution. They say, we're not doing resolution. We're not doing resolution. We're not doing resolution. You know what? To bring the resolution, there where due process starts. You bring the resolution on the floor, Fanadikova become a defendant in the case. He will recuse himself and become a defendant. The law become, all the representatives become juror in that process. You understand? They become juror. They have Fanadikova who will appoint a person to preside over the case while he becomes a defendant. He's supposed to, because they accuse him of stuff, he's supposed to have a day in court. An accusation is not a guilty verdict. You can have all of the allegations. A man is presumptive innocent until proven guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Was that due process given to Fanadikova under their law? No. Was that due process given to Fanadikova under the Constitution? No. If they claim that they have the number that you say, oh, 51% signed, what is the fear? Why didn't they bring the resolution on the floor, invite Fanadikova to defend himself? You know why they couldn't do it? They don't have anything against him in reality. All of these things are all political shenanigans. You understand? There's one Richard Kuhn lacks leadership. You talk about somebody lack leadership. How can you sit there and allow people to break into a vehicle when you can just make one phone call for the tow truck to come and take that vehicle away? What is your leadership? You seeing somebody breaking into somebody's car and you cannot control the people. Liberia is a constitutional democracy, not a parliamentary democracy. So that word, vote of no confidence, does not apply in the Liberian constitution. Again, the word vote of no confidence, it does not apply in the Liberian constitution because we are a constitutional democracy, not a parliamentary democracy. Like in Great Britain, they can say, hey, we don't like you, you out. Somebody can raise that motion and they did it to a prime minister and you walk out, right? You cannot do that within the Liberian constitution because there is no room for that. It does not apply to the Liberian constitution. Yes, we can use that phrase to please ourselves, but vote of no confidence does not apply to the Liberian constitution. Now, you spoke of separation of power and I get live. You know what? If that is the case, then Joseph Nyewo Boakai should not be associated with Richard Kun today. If separation of power is what you believe in as a citizen of Liberia, my dear sister, then Joseph Nyewo Boakai should not be associating himself with Richard Kun because honor our constitution and by the Supreme Court interpretation, the two instances you mentioned, the first instance, their setting was illegal. The first setting was they should return to status quo ante. That was the first response by the Supreme Court. Return to status quo ante. The way you were before you came here. The circumstances that even led you to come here. Go back. You understand? Okay, I will say, madam. No problem, my dear brother. Madam, right? I'll say that. Sorry. So, here is the thing. The second thing is, every setting that they had, it was deemed ultra vires, meaning you overstep your boundaries. You use power that does not belong to you. Simple term, ultra vires. It's not a complicated word. It's just a Latin word, I said. Right? Your setting, your action was deemed ultra vires. Illegal in a legal sense. The Supreme Court said that. You know why? Because the Supreme Court did not say, by you wrong, or the majority black you wrong, or the minority black you right. Because they will not say that way. But your action, who took the action? Who voted for the new speaker? Who said they removed the other people? Who said it? The majority black did those things. The minority black did not remove no speaker. They did not vote. So every setting and all actions deemed ultra vires. Madam Fatima. You understand?
Okay.
So if that is not clear enough, now, the Constitution also said no statute, no act, no resolution.
I'm telling you, you're cut down. Other people got to talk now. Yeah, Rochelle, I'm talking yes.
Yeah, but rather than talk my time. But here's the thing: no action, no act, no resolution, no statute supersedes the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. So the opinion of a justice minister does not supersede the verdict from the Supreme Court. But yet, the executive mansion, in her response to the circumstances, referenced an individual opinion over the interpretation of the Supreme Court. You're talking about again? What? Separation of power, my dear sister? Let's stop this thing. Politics will not carry Liberia anywhere. That is the reason why Liberia is advocating for the non-permanent seat at the United Nations may not gain that because their action at home does not represent no form of dignity, integrity, and ethical principles that anybody should look at to have you on that seat. And what I want my country, Liberia, who is the founding member of the United Nations, Geneva Convention, should be a member at that seat. But look at our action. Does that qualify us? I just want to leave it there.
Can I have a rebuttal before the honorable gentleman comes in? Because seriously, I'm not, in an intellectual discourse, when you're having panelists, I don't think one person should take 5 to 6 minutes just to express a point. But anyway, moving forward, the president, when you're done, I'll talk. Oh, you're done? All right, the president of the Republic of Liberia, I don't think he's going to stand here and argue this and argue that, or you want to put all your blame. Do what you may. We do have a new speaker. Like it or not, the speaker is Richard Nangwe Kung. Moving forward, he remains the speaker until at which point you decide that you don't want him. And if you guys, his peers who voted him in decide that they don't want him, so be it. He will be removed. The next thing I want to say is that, when 1%ers come and sit and start arguing and talking about governance and governing processes and talk about this, that, and the third, first and foremost, you had a 7% and now you are at a 1%. Why? Because you thought you knew everything. But at the end of the day, it just shows that you knew absolutely nothing. All right? The country itself is complicated. We need to continue to educate the minds of our people on the importance of their one vote. Okay, for them to understand what it means to vote and how it is to vote and for whom to vote for. If we come here every day, you're blaming this person. Look, what I'm gonna tell you guys, and I want, first of all, the disclaimer is I'm not a spokesperson for this president or this government. I'm not. What I do know is that I love Liberia, as I think the only thing that connects all of us on this panel is that everybody love Liberia in a different way. If it was the 1%ers that was ruling the country, they would have had their own set of rules, set of governing, and blah, blah, blah. Right now, Joseph Newman Boakai remains the president of the Republic of Liberia, and he will do things within the confines of the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. He will ensure that Liberia is maintained, the peace of our country is maintained. Whatever blah, 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 we will continue to talk for the next 12 years. The only thing Joseph Newman Boakai said he's afraid of is to take what is for the Liberian people. But by his right hand to the Almighty God, he will do justice by this nation. He will ensure that Liberia is built and developed and her people will be proud of her. And I stand with him any and every day. We can come here, speak all our political jargons, say what we want to say. First and foremost, I heard people going on and saying, oh, Fatima's position, she should have been elected. Look, I'm an educated person. I'm an administrator. I've served in administrative positions in America for decades. All of my jobs, I've been directors, maybe my undergrad position. I've been directors from all of my jobs. Tomalin knows me. He knows who I am. And you know what? I boast of it because to educate a woman, I lived my life backwards. I graduated from high school. When I graduated from CWA, I got married. I never had no formal education. I came to America, had 3 children. And then something sparked in me and said, you know what? Go to school, get an education. I had my best friend, her name is Bernie Ayele Ajavon. She told me, she said, we were on Rick's. You were one of the brightest girls. Why are you just sitting having babies? I don't regret my children. But when it ignited a fire in me, and I woke up and I never stopped. So I am sitting here today because of the grace that women before me sacrificed for me to have a voice. And no amount of your jargons or all of your political tactics will silence me. I said I read some of the comments and I laugh and I joke because I know everybody here commenting is because of their love of Liberia. And nobody will come here. I will not sit and hear people say, the president is not in control. But the decisions, when he makes decisions that you guys like, then you'll say, oh yeah, he's in control. When he makes decisions that you guys don't like, he will never win with you. The only thing he will do is to continue to do the work of the Liberian people and to continue to separate what is his and what is for the Liberian people. And so thank you for inviting me, Tomalin. I mean, I think I told you I'm extremely tired and I'm here. But if you want me to say anything else, I'm here to speak on it. I'm not a spokesperson for the government. I just love this president. And now that I'm going to be a part of the government, I will make sure I showcase most of the things that are happening in Liberia because people are not showcasing what the government is doing. So sorry my voice is gone because all my cousins, my family, everybody they've been to my home just trying to congratulate me on this government's the president's appointment of me. So I thank you guys so much for having me here.
Yeah, Russell wants to say something. Fatima Bidon Sharif.
Well, thanks, and great seeing you, Miss Sharif, and it's great to be here with you. I think most folks who know me and follow me over the years know that I have a lot of passion for Liberia as well. I think there's no one person who likes Liberia more than the other person. I've served my country in so many different capacities, if not just within the government. President Baika knows me personally. President Baika has endorsed me, has supported my candidacy here in Minnesota. Many people in his inner circle knows me. We work very closely together to move a lot of things in Liberia. When he was vice president, when he was former vice president, I mean, he gowned me for my service to the community. So it is well known, it is well established, it's well known what we've done together. We congratulate you on your appointment. What the recommendation that we were making and the suggestion we're making is that hope that this would have been an elected position, but it is what we have now, and we work with what we have now. I have worked with Mayor Bro, city mayor. I've worked with Jefferson Koji. He knows me. He came here. We supported them. I've worked with the current mayor. He's been here already. We've established a lot of things here, and we're hoping to work with him to move Monrovia, forward. I mean, I have a different vision as to, where we need to take, Monrovia for it to be an internationally recognized and internationally, accepted, city. I've participated in many local elections. I've won. I serve on the city council too as well. So, the mayor knows, Mayor Siafa knows me. He's been here, and I've offered my support and expertise and however way we can help to move our capital city forward and other cities. So I'm glad that, at least he's constituting a council, the city council. Maybe this is a place to start from. But we work, and I work very closely with the city of Kakata. It was the only functional city council government, for a long time. So I'm glad that Monrovia is coming up to, I work with the city of Painesville, and I will continue to do that. So whatever we can do to support the efforts there, we hope that we will eventually get to where local people can make local decisions, and where all these council seats and all these different positions will be elected. But that will not stop us from supporting and doing all we can to move the country forward. So once again, congratulations, and like I said, Mayor Siafa came here. We look at the waste treatment system here. I have a very extensive experience in urban development, urban planning, and all of that, and I have given my support to many cities, and a lot of cities that have contacted me in Liberia. I've done primarily Kakata, because we have a sister city relationship with Kakata. We've been working with them very closely in trying to build their capacity as well. So thank you, and congratulations to you.
But before you leave, let me say this. I'll be honest with you. The reality is that I know you love the president, you love the government, but honestly, we gotta be real, Fatima. Honestly, we gotta be real, because let me tell you what's happening. People were even in the government. They will come and tell you, "Look, my man, all is not right. Things not like we thought it would have been different, but it's not different. Okay, and these are people who you think that you expect to say, they will be defending blindly, but they're not doing it blindly because, like, for example, somebody they said to me, the government is divided. Even the executive mansion, you got Minister Grisby and Bushi Bayan Keita, legal advisor on one side. You got National Security Minister, National Security Advisor Kofi, and Mama Ka, the portfolio on another side. They're all divided that way. And the president is just in the middle. Okay? Even to the extent where I learned that even the suspension of the NAFA boss, the president told everybody about the blind side. Nobody expected it. She came on Facebook to say, it's not true. I don't suspend that. Because the first time we ever see the Minister of Information go publicly to a media briefing and announce suspension of somebody. Usually it's done through the Executive Mansion website. But the minister did it on the day the person was traveling to Addis Ababa. Okay? To the NAFA boss. Because all her contacts in the mansion, they thought when she asked them, they were surprised. They called them blindsided. They were blindsided. And the president and that letter came up. Boop. One came up and said, no, I'm not. She even deleted, I think she deleted the post. Okay? And the second thing is that the president, the political will to even suspend people, I mean, we'll give it to him, right? But he being selective. Like, for instance, there are a lot of audit reports, a lot of stuff. But like, for instance, look at Noka. Why is only Rosalind Dennis alone going through that suspension? All the vice presidents will be suspended right now because they all the signature on that document. Okay? That, on a serious note, that's another one. Even the National Road Fund. There's no reason why Rosetta went to should be in that job right now. She was suspended and taken out of the LCC. The facts are there. But again, the president has been selective. And that's the problem people got. You cannot govern selectively. And lastly, I will say again, if the president wants to end the impasse at the legislature, he can do it. The Supreme Court, he says some government, but yet and still, the Supreme Court, everybody can run to, okay, for redress. And that's the only functioning institutional democracy that can help us. So if he can say, look, Richard Kuhn, you're going to have election. Your colleagues and everybody have election because he's not elected by the people. And it's a problem for the government. Nobody want to do a concession. You saw, wait, I just got information on the show just now. HPX is threatening to nullify a deal with that, okay? Giving the government ultimatum. Okay? HPS. Yes. Okay, it's a problem, Fatima. It's a serious problem. Okay, yeah. Okay. HPX, they are giving the government ultimatum to if an asset agreement is not signed by February, some deadline they get, they're going to take it. I mean, it's a problem. And the legislature to see all concession agreements and for the final signal of the president. And like that happening, it's just not guaranteed, Fatima.
So, Tommy, do you want me to come in now? Because I'd like to give you a time to express all that you want.
Yeah.
So, first of all, I would like to say thank Honorable. I was on a Spoon Network when we canvassed.
I'm not honorable.
That's how they call all your audit, the council people, all of your in America. But let me just say, I was on Winfred. I was on a Spoon Network when we canvassed for you. When we call people to action to go. And I don't know if you forgot me, but yes, I was.
No.
So, for you to come and explain all of those things, I was already aware. But thank you also for telling me.
No, it's not just for you. It's for the audience.
But thank you also for congratulating me. I would like to say some things here to Tomalin. First and foremost, Tom, you need to get your facts together. You were talking about 1 year and some change government. And you were saying that, no investors here, no investors there. But in 5 years, what investment did you guys, the CDC government bring to Liberia? Zeppo, zero, nada, nothing. If you were not a Wiashin, you did not enjoy that country. Okay? It is shown, even most of the people that were there for 6 years, today, they're gapping and jumping like frogs and looking for every bandwagon to join on. JMB's Liberia is going to be different. You know why? Because JMB, he going big horses for girlfriend. Abe Amana, he will not do it. Abe alo, he na insa. JMB is focused on making sure that we, the young minds and the brilliant people of Liberia, built our country first. Replicate what we have in these United States. As he told me, Liberia can only be built by Liberians. He's encouraging each and every one of us to try our best to go back to our country and build our country. The second thing I would like to also say, you say he's doing selective justice. It's damn if this president do and damn if he doesn't. Like I said, I'm not the official spokesperson for this government. What I am, who I am is someone who understands what's happening in the country. There are good things happening that you don't want to showcase. Right now, I would list just a few. A, the president cleaned up the payroll, where one entity was receiving hundreds and hundreds of monies from ghost names placed on their payroll. They've just done a year's worth of audit, and they've seen ghost names upon ghost names, thereby taking our people, most of our people, out of poverty. It might not reflect now, but you will see it later. This year and next year, you will see prosperity in our land because those ghost names were taking our people deep into poverty. The president right now at JFK, they are revamping the whole entire hospital. They have educated and professional staff members there to ensure that our referral hospital returns to at least to the status it used to be. The president just bought incubators for babies. It might not be a big deal, but young babies were dying from ginuses because they didn't have incubators in the hospital. We just got some fire trucks in Liberia. Under the Lives regime, we did not even get one fire truck. We just got fire trucks in Liberia recently. Okay, that's a plus. Fires were all over the country. Our houses were burning and those things. We also, this president have decided the main thing when we're talking about this yellow machine here, yellow machine there, the president is trying to ensure that all of our roads, farm to market, the turnaround is 2 to 3 hours. You go to the market, you get your plant, you come back, you take it to you go to the farm, you get your plant, you bring it to the market, so that he's trying to make sure that all the major highways and byways are paved. Those are the agenda. He signed the Turkish deal. I'm not a spokesperson to say it, but I was there when it happened. He signed a Turkish deal where Turkish Airlines is going to build a new terminal, revamp our railroad system, thereby encouraging people to take trains to the airport and not rushing around in cars and having major accidents on the highways. So there are some slow but steady changes that are occurring in this country, and nobody's talking about it because the 1%ers did not getting power, or because the inefficient, inept CDC was not retained. So I'm immune to cursing because, like I always tell you, I made a calculated decision as a Madingo educated woman never to go around sleeping with Liberian men, because at the end of the day, the only thing they say, you are Hopo. And what Joe? Bring a Joe for me before you call me Hopo Joe. You don't like for people to tell you the truth. The truth is that I'm not saying that what happened last year was massive improvement. You and I know, Tomalin, and you continue to disagree. This president, and he got a broken system, a broken government. The government was broken. There was no resources in the country when he got when he got power. So for you to sit here with both faces every day, accusing this president of ineptitude, accusing him of not doing this, that, and the third, it should be a shame on you, somebody, because the last time I remember, you guys were in the tally room lying to President Weah that he was winning the election, that he clearly lost. An incumbent that clearly lost. So I would like, and anytime you call me, you see how tired I am. You see my voice, I'm exhausted. But you know what happened? I will come here. I will educate the women and those who want to be educated about Liberia to tell them all is not lost. Our government will work for us. Joseph Numa Boakai, as he always stated, is a humbled man who has decided have his entire life to separate what was for the Liberian people and what was for him. Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf just said something recently. He said, we must support Joe. Joe wants the best for Liberia. We must put our hands around him and build Liberia, because I've listened to him. And his plan is to move Liberia forward. Every Liberian who loves Liberia should support Joe. And this is what I'm going to do. You call me all the Hopo Joes in the world. That doesn't make me a Hopo Joe. I was 18 when I got married. Okay? And you know me? You will never catch me to see Fatima old boyfriend. Every man I want me, I'm married. And y'all want me say, y'all want me. So I'm a Badingo Muslim girl. I'm proud of my heritage. I'm proud of who I am. And I come here to tell you guys that Liberia will rise again. All of you, when I see you cursing me and saying things, it doesn't bother me. You're talking at me, not to me, because you don't personally know me. But my passion for Liberia is like a burning torch. I will continue to propagate the message of this president because he means well. And I will continue to say what it is that I know is happening in our country. I thank you for the opportunity. I thank you for calling me. And you know you're one of my best friends. Although you're $10,000 from Joe, we did not make him president. I love George. At the end of the day, let me finish now. Then y'all can jump. At the end of the day, Liberia will rise. So all of us here, including you, myself, and the councilman over here, it's Liberia first. It's the love of our country. Wherever you are, our neighbor's strings were buried. Mine was buried in Samuka town. And so we'll do everything to make sure that our country moves forward. So thank you for having me. And also to your viewers and the people that are commenting, I take constructive criticisms well. But you can even insult me. It doesn't matter to me because you don't know me personally. The day you know me, you like me.
What I say to you though, as we move forward and we're all trying to move in one direction, as the saying goes here, all hands on deck. You know, I don't know if it's helpful to be referring to people as 1%er or this. I mean, we all.
They call my president in F. They call my president in F.
Yeah, but
and those are just jokes. I just try to speak it to them. You know what happened in Liberian politics? There is no rise above. Anybody that come for Joseph Boakai, I'm coming for you. They are 1%ers. Anybody who don't like it, don't listen to me. They are 1%ers. They did not win. They did not win. They came from 7 and dropped to 1, and they are still angry. They're still in their feelings. But guess what? Joseph Boakai remains the president for the next 6 years. I mean, the next 5 years, and that's all I want you to understand.
No, that's. I mean, we. I think folks know that it was just a humble suggestion to you. But I just like to make an official put out some official information from the Liberia National Police. So yes. So the Liberia National Police. Headed by Gregory Coleman, the Inspector General, as his title is officially, had said that they have recalled the 2 police officers who were assigned to Representative Kuhn. So the police have recalled the 2 officers, and they are undergoing intensive investigation at the moment. So the police. The Liberia National Police takes this matter extremely seriously. Whatever. And the IG Coleman too has put a lot of efforts into this and ensuring that there will be a full accounting and full investigation of all of what is taking place. So just wanted me to make that.
They acted the gangster today, and they acted like.
Did you just say in your statement that when someone is accused or the person is pulled for investigation, that does not mean they were found guilty? Didn't you guys just say that?
No, but you saw what
okay. Well, please go by your own words. Gregory Coleman can do the needful for him to do whatever. I support you.
You're not in favor of Gregory what?
I'm in favor of Gregory Coleman. I truly believe that I truly love his professionalism, but I also want to say this. You can make those statements and make everything, but I'm telling you, I do not believe in anybody taking the rule of law into their hands. But also, that's why I'm going to Liberia. We educate our people, including myself, to know the power of one vote and who to vote for and how to vote, because we're not vote for people who will mislead our country and treat our people like they're slaves and insult women, and we continue to vote for them. So those are the things that.
Well, that was just the position from the Liberia National Police, Tomalin and Fatima, and so I talked to him prior to coming on the show. I mean, Tomalin had asked for some information and he gave that to me, and he told me to make this public, so it's coming directly from the IG himself.
I'm happy that action was taken, because the law enforcement officer to sit down and wait what happened to that thing was wrong. They should not even be taking part in it to do it. It looks ugly, He's not. So
the police is taking it very seriously.
It's a bad image across the globe. People watching it today all over, they felt bad, but every day, seeing the kind of image from Liberia, it looks bad. That we haven't a man. I mean, it's just not good for the country right now. And as I said, it's affecting the country. One Liberia to see, but affecting the country.
Yeah, thank you. On another note, sometimes when I come here, I just see some of the people saying, "Oh, go and build your own house, go and do this." First of all, I want you guys to know my name is Fatima Bintu Sharif. You know Vatan Sharif, yeah? I'm a heir. That's my father's property. If I want to build 10 million houses, I can do it. I don't think I just one of the people that are passing around here because you see me, I'm a woman. Go check who they call. My name is Fatima Bintu Sharif. I was married to a Salif. That's why you don't understand. Why you be talking, go build your own horses. If you live in Liberia, go check Sharia. I'm a direct descendant. I'm in charge of Sharia right now. So I don't know what you're talking about. So anyway, just something to make your food of thought. Not everybody wants to go to Liberia to steal. And I'm well paid here. I have a master's degree in social work. I work with the state of New Jersey, and I do have a part-time. I'm a therapist. So not everybody else see looking for a. We just love our country like everybody else. Just FYI, all right? I will build my houses because I'm already building it right now as I speak. But I will build houses because I have.
I'll see you in declare asset. I want to see the asset you declare.
But you see my house here. That's my beautiful house here. You know how we're looking. My own joke. I got my beautiful 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom house. I have a Range Rover that I drive because I work hard. You know about it, Tomalin. I drive a Mercedes-Benz on weekdays, so I do live well. So for you to just say go build your own, I'll join my Papa Joseph Waka. We'll build Liberia, whether you like it or not.
Okay, before we go, somebody wants to say something before we go. Go ahead. You live.
Yes. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. You live.
Yeah. Thank you. Georgie. Basically, I listened to Fatima, but it's important that you have to elevate her personality. Everybody will want to do that. She will want to say she drive this, but the meat of the realistic process here is not about what you personally have. We're looking at the business, the stewardship currently in the country, the way the current president is supported, the way he's going about managing the country. That's it. We're not talking about Sharifia and the rest of that. That's personal glorification. We're not here for those things. Now, and we need to focus on the realistic process to money, to push the interest of the people of that country. Now, if it came to, we all sitting to say, which are the school we went to here in America, what degree we have, it's not going to change anything in the very Sharif yard. Now, there are communities around the Sharif yard, they are living in total destitution. Even those in the Sharif yard, some of them, living in deep level of poverty, right? So some of them believe that they've been encroached upon because certain individual have a lot of influence, right? So we need to focus on telling the leader. Now, she just defended, unfortunately, what happened today at the Capitol building. And now, the Liberia National Police Chief now, to recall a paramilitary officer will mean that there's some breach of regimentation. The standard procedure of the rule of engagement have been breached. So there are things that can be indicated. Now, if we try to intellectualize this, then we will go now as professionals. Now, you are recalled because of certain breach of standard operational procedure. And she vehemently brushed it off not too long ago in a monolithic point you were trying to express, unfortunately. But the bottom line here is that we should focus here to push the interest of the people of this country. If you preside over the issue of lawlessness, emphatic and open lawlessness is quite unfortunate. But Fatima, we all can get into the politics. We'll get into the theatrical line of the politics, but sometimes we have to be realistic to understand that if we support someone, I can support you and still differ with you respectfully. That's the standard. And that will make some of us to understand that you are a product, you are a master's product, and people will respect that. Instead of coming to window dress something and bring this act of demagogic attitude back to the country line of trying to take leaders to be demagogues. Leaders are not demagogues. They are Congress. We can respectfully disagree with them and protect the interests and the sanity of the people that they govern. That's the kind of the best thing to do. Now, the police chief did the best thing. What unfolded today was an act of gangsterism that was being instructed by a speaker that referred to himself as a regime speaker. We don't have regime speaker in the Republic. We don't. You should know this. As for your level of exposure, education, we don't have regime speaker. We have speaker that is constitutionally elected. So I mean, we all can differ with this. And for instance, if I want to come and blow trumpet today, come and say, "Oh, I'm Sylvester Pewee at this, at that," well, we will not leave. But again, it does not change the life of anybody, basically in the country. What it does is that it's personally glorify myself, and it's not about personal glorification. No, the basic line is that our mantra basically is to change the livelihood of the people of Liberia. That's our deep advocacy. Okay. And I encourage you, let me congratulate you as a member of the City Council of Monrovia. I will pray that you go and impact in a more meaningful way, like you do here in America. Go and impact, go and serve the people, right? Go and see the ways some people are living in a very Sharif around the Sharif community. I will hope you'll visit the place and try to change the sanitary condition in the area you push. Sharif, I was just in Sharif quite recently. Now, the sanitary condition in the area is appalling, very disgusting. So I will hope the City Council of Monrovia will pay some time to money and do a lot of things, and our dear sister will push this and begin to push certain things up front instead of personally they're defending everything in a more theatrical way that will not change the livelihood of the people of Nigeria. Let me say a wonderful good night to all of us. But again, I wish you a very safe flight back to Monrovia as you resume your role as a city council member. The city of Monrovia is supposed to be green, but I don't know, it's still all over the place. I will hope for the past 1 year, nothing has happened. I will hope probably Rainfire is here. We will try to give some pro bono service so you people can take advantage of that and talk to him so some things can be done. But quite frankly, please have a wonderful good night. Thank you, Tomalin, for taking me.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to just address him real quickly, just 1 minute.
Okay.
First and foremost, I wasn't addressing everybody. I was reading some comments and some people were saying, go and build your own, go and steal your own, go and do this. And I was addressing them directly. But let me say something. And like I said, people can say whatever they want to say. They are talking at me, not to me. First of all, to say Liberia is dirty, we have people in that country. We have our mayor, okay? And the mayor is keeping the city very clean. For people to even say, oh, dirty. He said, when last he went to Liberia, for him to say he went to Liberia. Listen, we all want the best for our country. I just came from there like a week ago. Matter of fact, now, I don't know if it's a week, but I came from there on the 4th. I got here on the 5th. And I was there since December the 22nd. I've been in Liberia to, February the 4th. So February, I left from there the 4th, the day of the 4th. Yeah. So for people to say the country is dirty, it is not the reality on the ground. We want Liberia to be better, yes. But our mayor is doing well. Our people are doing well. We are proud of them. I'm very proud of the city that I saw. I was moved that most of the streets In Monrovia, they're clean. We're trying to do zoning to start having garbage days for those days. We're trying to create city ordinances on the books for our city. So you don't move a country in one day. You don't. If you inherit a broken system, it doesn't take a day to move it. It takes collective effort. So we will all join our people to ensure that our country moves forward. And that's it.
Thank you. I mean, I'm sorry. Robert, I'm sorry, I went around the time, but just closing now because right. The National Elections Commission has announced that the NEMA by-election is April 12th. Official campaign will open on March 1st. So the election, NEMA the candidates will be coming here. They'll be coming on the show. They'll come and make their case. As I said, my only hope is that Chairman Togar should not win the election. I want him to win. I don't think he will be.
I want him to win.
Well, I pray he don't win.
I want him to win.
I pray he don't win.
Listen,
that's what happened.
I'm not going to come back for me. I want him to win. Period.
Can I close, please?
Yeah, close.
Let me close. But I really enjoy interacting with Fatima. Look, listen there, man. To the audience, listen. We gotta encourage opposing views. It makes the shows good. It makes the show good. As long as we're not being disrespectful to each other. Exactly. And you saw we can fiercely disagree. You see Fatima disagreeing with Tomalin, telling Tomalin to get his fast together. But when we bound to an event, you can see how Fatima be hugging.
Fatima I'm meeting her next week. We'll be at a funeral.
Yeah, so all that one don't matter. She loved the president. Our job is to tell Fatima she can still love the president, yeah, but we'll not let her get away with talking blah blah. All the things about all the things that going on in the country. We will see it. I was just there in April too. I was just there. We're coming back. We're coming. That was last year. I know that was last year, but I'm coming back too now. I'm coming there. Remember, I just got married, so I'm still kind of settling down a little bit. But Fatima, we know you're successful, and we should not frown on success. That's one of the things that happen in our country. We always frown on successful people, But right now, and I know my big brother Wayfair will agree. Right now, we want to see the kind of rescue that this government promised to rescue. That's all we care about. And once we start seeing the major changes being done, carried out by this government, we applaud this government. But the truth of the matter is, Fatima, everything Joseph Boakai criticized, he's done it 3 times. They criticized, they said CDC was the most less busier government because the people left from all the way down the line to the airport or went for to greet George Weah. Today, the lines are longer at the airport when president coming. The lines are longer to the airport. They are coming.
Yeah, we definitely got to discourage that.
Yeah. So if the president was serious about that, he would have said, ladies and gentlemen, if you are not a member of my immediate office, stay to your offices and do the people's job. That's what you do when you show leadership. But what he does, he welcomes that. Look at the president even taking flight from Monrovia to Lofa County. Why he convoy go in? I didn't do that one. The president now take all the trip. Now he comfortable fly. The people can be doing video now in private jet, chilling in private jet. That the same private jet the president said when you look around the country in our court, they are squandering all of our people money. This is candidate Joseph Boakai. So people like us who did not believe in him and his work, we expected him to make us shame. I told my brother George Lobo, and I said, listen, I want the president to embarrass me because I did not believe in the president. I want him to embarrass me. Joseph Boakai have yet to embarrass me. But I know the more Joseph Boakai continue to embarrass me, I know one thing, you'll not embarrass me. So speaking of embarrassment, we'll close on this note. Stay away from people that will embarrass you, Fatima. That library going, don't take your Range Rover. Don't take your Range Rover there because we ain't got a road for the Range Rover. We ain't got the equipment for the Range. I myself, I drive fancy car too. I drive BMW and I drive Mercedes Benz too. So we all drive Google car in here. Plenty of people in the country drive Google car in. But we want when we take our cars there, the government are there should connect the roads properly. We want when we take our car in there, the government are there should electrify the city. Today, from what it say from 50% we're down to 7% now. There's no LSC in the place. We got to do generator now. They're library going to now. You buy your fortune librarian. Get ready. I hope you got generator there. So at the end of the day, she laughed. At the end of the day, we got plenty of work to do in our country. And the government here, I don't care what happened, Fatima. The government came here making big mouth. We will hold our feet to the fire. We will hold your feet to the fire. And I will come to Liberia. All y'all who say we're scary, we will come there. You can't touch us. Try and you see. You not touch us.
I hope I'll interrupt you. No, you will come there. You will enjoy yourself. You enjoy yourself.
We will come there. We will drive. We will talk on the radio.
I will host you, sir.
Yeah.
If your wife agree.
But we will hold your feet to the fire. So congratulations. And we wish this government all the best. But the fact of the matter is, time is going. We almost marshal Winfrey. That 2 year coming to the year going so fast. Coming to 2 years now.
I want to go fast, man.
We want to see tangibles. We want to see the economy moving. We want to see things moving. And that's what Joseph Boakai came to rescue the people. That's what we want. We want to rescue and we'll gain all the praises. But if you don't rescue the people, how do you expect to praise the people? But y'all unity party people then who are afraid to come on this show, you should take cue from Fatima. She can't actually hold her own.
Oh, yeah.
She stand here, she speak her truth, she read a comment, she respond to the comment, and she go home with no bruises. Come, don't be scared.
Exactly.
Come on the show. God bless you, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're good night, man. I'll go.
It's always my pleasure to come here. I love you guys. I love everything we are doing is for Liberia. So that's what drives me. Yeah. The other one,
nobody can touch me like Liberia. Don't mind my beat mouth. Nobody. Listen, we were raised here. We believe in self-defense. You know what self-defense is? Try and see. Run up on
you think like gangsters in Liberia right now? I think you
The man Charlie with his Glock.
Try it. They don't know. They don't know.
I challenge you to make an unnecessary correction. I mean, I even know what they want talking about. But anyway,
the say you might made a correction in the government.
Oh no, we'll try our best. We'll try our best. Yeah.
All the rest people living here. John Maru gone, Stanton gone. Who again?
Are you ready? You might jet like
Tomalin, only one I will support the papi. Tomalin, Stanton should have been gone a long time. Stanton has no credit. Stanton has no credibility. The man's a criminal. How can you have a convicted felony? How can you have a convicted felony be the voice for more? Come on, man.
No.
You're telling people they are criminals.
Don't
they
start.
stole money.
Do not start with a convicted nonsense. Because number one, Funatikova was a convicted fellow in America as well.
Well, he
so what are you talking about? Don't start.
Don't start.
They should come to
but he was this.
They should end it, man. They should come to an end, yeah.
No.
Why you keep pushing?
That you are praising was a convicted fella.
No, I don't agree with him. I'm not a fan of Fanatic Kofa. I'm not a fan. What I'm saying is, if Fanatic Kofa serve his time, let's tend to go serve it on the time. Let him stop pushing the big back. You can put the big back for now to German, then you start with him. Y'all going there, man. I'm going.
Fatima, I'll tell you next.
You take care, man. Fatima, I'll see you next week.
Somebody tell my cousin I say hello, yeah? Love her too much. Married again, they're making married again. I love you guys. Yeah, thank you. To the viewers, yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for all your comments. Emric, Bessie, baby. Bye. Bye-bye, guys. Good night, Tomalin. Bye-bye.